4 races done, 4 big stories to tell. The biggest, the 6'5" New Yorker, son of a Victoria's Secret model mum and fashion designer dad. But he's setting a trend of his own.
To complete the Sunday sweep, Ugu Ugashukwu is your leader after weekend 1.
The Kiwis, hoping to make their mark on home soil.
Kiwis are going to win both races in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy.
And the Japanese flyers, who are edging closer to the top step of the podium.
I'm a bit frustrated. I couldn't overtake Ugo, but I can fight for championship.
Then there's the Supercars young gun and the World Rally champion, who at Hampton Downs had a wild ride.
Big moment for Calais Rovanpera. He's off the road. Manson's involved in that as well. Several cars with damage, and Ryan Wood's furious.
Now the focus turns to Taupo, the North Island holiday town with incredible scenery and a world-class racetrack. As the open-wheel stars continue their battle, this weekend we celebrate the heritage of the sport with classic cars and even classic stars in a bumper on and off-track program. This is the next stop of a summertime tour of New Zealand with the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. This is the Giltrap Group Taupo Historic GP, live and local.
And it's a venue that the late great Sir Colin Giltrap had a close attachment to. We are in Taupo at the International Motorsport Park, about 300 k's north of the nation's capital in Wellington. Headed for highs of about 18 degrees today, but the Bureau says it feels a lot cooler than that. We were greeted with a little bit of rain this morning, drying at the moment. This place, no matter what time of year, is an adventure playground. You can ski in winter, take in the lake and everything in terms of water sports over summer. There is fly fishing and a whole lot more. Little wonder we love coming here for the series. Good afternoon, everybody. Greg Rust with you, along with Rihanna Crean and Andrew Waite. We are gearing up for race 3 of the weekend, and the grid for that is established in a unique way, isn't it?
Yeah, we see race 1 established from qualifying 1, but race 3 is a little bit different. So that is the combined fastest laps from race 1 and race 2. And we'll see young Zach Schooler starting off the pole for this one. That was a result of having not so great a day yesterday, but then came in with that alternate strategy, put the tyres on, set the quickest lap, and he'll start from pole position.
Andrew, some thoughts on the venue. It was wet this morning for qualifying for the Denny Hull Memorial Trophy, the feature race a little later this afternoon. We should say congratulations to Aussie Jack Taylor, who did the job there. But it's drier now for race 3 of the weekend. What do we think?
Yeah, it certainly is drier, and the biggest story out of that qualifying this morning was Ugo Ugashukwu. He's quite far down the grid compared to what we've seen him so far, so that's going to shake up this afternoon's race. But back to this morning's race, it's certainly going to be an interesting one with Schooler. He's going to be off the front row. Freddie Slater, he's up there as well. He did cop a 5-second penalty yesterday, so he's going to be pushing super hard in this one. But obviously with the conditions, it's a lot cooler than yesterday, so we may see some extra fast lap times for sure.
My 2 colleagues have sweet tooths, and in this country they talk about pick and mix lollies. It is a bit like that when it comes to tyre choice for race 3. We'll talk a little bit later about that for you. Beautiful opener there from our colleague Richard Crail a moment ago, which detailed what happened at Hampton Downs. Already we have had 2 races here at Taupo this weekend. One of the stories, Ryan Wood doing the job in both qualifying for the opener and the race. He is a winner in CT Frott. Cool stuff.
Yeah, incredible day for him yesterday. As you said, getting that pole position, getting that race victory and the fastest lap to go with it as well. So he had the trifecta. Outstanding for him. He's on debut in these open wheeler cars, so to get that done in just the second round, very impressive.
What about James Wharton, the Australian? When it came to the second race of the weekend, we invert the kind of pointy end of the grid. Nice stuff for the Aussies, who's got a big year again in Formula 3.
Yeah, for sure. It was a great job by him, and you know, he's up there again today. He's certainly showing a lot more form this weekend. Last round at Hampton wasn't quite where we knew he was going to be. So he certainly got a lot more form this weekend. And as we keep saying, Taupo here, it's such a driver's track. It takes so much to get it right around here with all the different surfaces, low degradation, and then there's some high degradation parts, but mainly that high degradation makes it so hard to get out of turn 11. And we saw drivers looking after tyres, and we just got such a jumble, a bit like the pick and mix you're talking about. Not so much just, well, on the grids, but also tyres as well. There's so many different strategies pleased with what everyone's doing, and there's reasons to be running 4 in yesterday's race. There's reasons to save them for today. So it really keeps us on our toes, but even more so the drivers and the teams.
James Wharton putting his best foot forward here this weekend. He's about to jump on a plane and go to Bahrain for some pre-season testing too. We'll update you on some of the other news and headlines that are happening here. Lots going on at Taupo. Some great historic cars as well that will go racing this afternoon. But we have been taking in the sights and sounds of this adventure capital during the week. How could we not? And my good friend in the middle here is fearless, as you're about to see.
You know, there's a perception that motor racing is dangerous and, you know, it's a rush and it's a adrenaline-fueled kind of sport. But at the end of the day, there's something that gets people and motor racing drivers a lot more excited, a lot more nervous, and that is skydiving. So we are here today in Taupo at Taupo Tandem Skydiving. This place pumps through, throws people out of aeroplanes all year round at an enormous rate. They are excellent at what they do, and I've decided to bring some of my friends along to put them through the experience. Ryan Wood, you may know him from other things such as a bit of supercar racing. How you feeling there, champ?
I'll be better once you're suited up with us.
Yep.
Yeah, but I am shitting bricks, big time.
Is it what, out of your comfort zone, is it?
Yeah, very, very much so.
So driving race cars at 300 kilometres an hour, nothing, no problem. But this.
I'm just so scared of heights. Like, I honestly have always told myself my whole 22 years that I would never jump out of a plane.
Richard Harris.
Oh, hello.
Now, this is a relationship.
Yeah.
Engineer, driver. Do you do everything together, you two?
Most things, not everything,
Right.
but yeah,
But quite a lot.
quite a lot.
Right.
This is all about 2026, building a relationship. Here we are.
We also got Will Davison, obviously. Will, but you're a professional at this, right?
Yeah, three-time jumper.
Yeah, right.
Doesn't get easier.
Does it?
I told myself I was going to retire after the third one.
Right.
But here we are, thanks to you.
Yep. Well, I can tell you these guys are safe because I've jumped here 3 times and had a chute failure as well, and I'm still alive. So, you know, yeah. Oh, sorry, didn't tell those guys there.
Wait, what did you just say?
No, it's all good, mate. Relax. You're in safe hands, absolutely safe hands. Rihanna Crean, come on in. Look at, like, it was you and me.
Look at all these boys who are terrified.
When the opportunity presented, you and I were like, yep, we're up.
I'm in.
Yeah.
Sign me up. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then how much persuasion did it take, even of your bloody husband?
A few text messages
Yeah.
with a few derogatory comments.
Yeah.
We're all supportive here. One
Yeah.
big family
Yeah, one big
team.
happy family.
But tell you what, if you don't rock up to skydiving, you're going to suffer for the rest of the season.
There's a bus and we chuck them straight
That's
under.
it, that's
yeah,
it. You
this is
know,
going to be
it's
awesome.
life.
How many times have you done
Opportunity.
this? How many times?
This will be my third.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then we've got young Louis Sharp, who is competing in the CT Frot Championship this weekend. Now, he was a real late ring-in, and it was really just guilt that actually got him involved in this. Come here, mate. Come on. Hey? Look at him. Hey? That is the most nervous face I think I've ever seen.
This is like the most nervous I've ever been in my life. You know, I've started pole quite a lot of times, but this tops it.
This tops it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is definitely out my comfort zone, but I'm actually quite excited.
Aeroplanes you're okay with?
Yeah, I'm fine with flying, but falling from the sky I haven't experienced yet, so I'm not quite sure how I'll handle that one. So we'll have to see.
Ronan Murphy, he's come to support me, I think, haven't you, buddy?
Well, yeah, and I've dressed for the occasion as well.
Yeah, this is what he had at home, so he just put it on. And
Yeah.
So here we go. How many of us? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of us jumping out of the plane. Should be worth watching. Let's go see what happens.
unbelievable.
That was an experience to say the least.
Incredible. That's an experience of a lifetime.
That is the most incredible thing I've ever done.
Yeah, epic. What a view over Taupo, over the lake. The banter in the plane was just the best.
It quietened off at about 14,000 feet. There was just silence in the plane.
I didn't realise how high up 15,000 feet was. Like, that is a long way. We just kept going up and up and up. And then the little dog toy squishy thing, and then it's like, shit, everyone's going. And I was like, oh, here we go.
What's scarier, a skydive or commentating with Andrew Waite?
Probably commentating with Andrew Waite, because at least you know what you're getting with that. With Andrew Waite, you never know.
The grid is starting to take shape for race 7 of 15 of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Our cameraman right around the venue here at Taupo International Motorsport Park reporting that southeasterly wind, which was due to pick up on the forecast, has done just that. You can feel it. So Zach Schooler has rolled up here on the grid. So why don't we start with a bit of pre-game chat, if we're allowed to, with the team. He's no stranger to being on the front row here at Taupo. The big mission for you right now is to convert again, just like you did in 2025.
Yeah, no, exactly. We're quite happy with our race pace. So goal is just get a good launch and keep it.
Tell me about the weekend so far for you. We've had a mixed offering in weather terms. I mean, Thursday testing was impacted by the rain. It's dried at least today. How do you feel overall for the afternoon to come here?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a mixed weekend. We've shown really strong pace. Haven't always been able to convert, but we're looking to convert here, and we know we can. So
this is a family game. Can we get Tony, our cameraman, to pan around? I think Mum was going to be a little bit upset with me here. Pan around, Tony, because at the front of the grid is Mum. Tell us a bit more about her, and she is invested in this with you every step of the way, as indeed are all your family, mate, aren't they?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, coming back to New Zealand, back home, I get to see all my family, so got a bit more family here. A few coming later today, so. Yeah, it's always nice to have family supporting you.
All right, have a great afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rihanna?
11 countries are represented in this series. Fionn McLaughlin from Ireland will start this race out of position number 6, your best starting spot for the season so far. Fionn, when we spoke earlier in the weekend, you weren't overly happy with how things went at Hampton Downs. How are you sitting now?
Yeah, obviously I didn't do the best job in quality today. But yeah, obviously it's a nice position where I'm starting now, so hopefully I can make the most of it.
How are you getting to grips with this car in this series?
Yeah, I'm getting there. I think it's definitely different to what I'm used to, but yeah, slowly but surely.
What is the trick these opening stages of these races? We know that getting into turn 1, turn 2 is so important early on.
Yeah, I think it's quite difficult to overtake around here, so the first lap's very important, and then from there on, hopefully, if you have a pace advantage, you can overtake the guys in front, but normally it's not really that we're very close in times around here, so normally it's hard to overtake.
Appreciate the insights. So good luck.
Thank you.
Come up to the front row, the opposite side of Zach Schooler, to see Freddie Slater, who is a real star of FRECA, Formula Regional Europeans Championship. Hey, you've got your eyes squarely fixed, I can see there on turn one. Am I right in saying here you look like you've saved some reasonable rubber for this one?
Yeah, I think we've got some good tyres. Obviously pretty similar to most of the front boys. So, yeah, T1's obviously going to be quite important, but then there's still another 18 laps to try and get it back. So, yeah, we'll see how the race goes and manage the tyre degradation as well.
I sense in you're kind of a hard marker, Freddie, real focused on what you want to do, which is ultimately Formula One. We're nearing the halfway mark of this championship now, this trophy. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's not been the easiest so far. We've had lots of ups and downs, a lot of issues, mistakes from my side, mistakes out of our control. So now we just got to maximise every single race that we can and see what we can do.
Yeah, well, hope it's a good afternoon for you.
Thank you.
It was an awesome day for this man yesterday. James Wharton starting this race out of position 4, but grabbing your first win in this series yesterday. First win for the team as well. I know you're fully focused on this, but have you ever had a moment just to soak in yesterday?
Yeah, no, yesterday was a bit of a reward for the effort we put in, and starting 4th today, the inside looks a bit wet, which should help us on the start. So try and have another good start and see what we can do.
In terms of the weather, rain earlier today, it's dry now, but the wind certainly has picked up. How does that impact this car?
I think it just helps me out, makes it a little bit more difficult for everyone. So hopefully I can capitalise this morning.
We wish you all the best, James. Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm a couple of rows further back with Louis Sharp. Just a little word there from some of the crew. What were they chatting about with you?
Just discussing other people's tyre choices. Obviously, in these races, there's a bit of strategy to do with that, especially this morning since it was a wet qualifying. Everyone's got a new set of tyres up their sleeve, so just trying to figure out, who's doing what.
Relative to them, are you okay?
We'll see. I think we'll be all right, but doesn't matter. Just got to get my eyes forward and try and make up positions regardless.
Well played, mate. Ever the pro. Don't give the journalists too much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rusty. Amazing scenes a little bit early on today here at Taupo as the Yevon David fan club arrived. This is one of New Zealand's first Sri Lankan-based fan groups and motoring clubs, and they made the long trek down from Auckland this morning in convoy and rolled up at the racetrack in style. Yevon was there to greet them. The band's going, the flag's flying. It was outstanding. Andrew Waite and Matt Payne alongside me for this one. Andrew Waite, who's raced in this category with great success, and Matt Payne, the 2021 champion and Repco Bathurst 1000 winner last year. Gents, good afternoon. How cool is it to see this national pride going on in this international category?
It's really, really cool to see. It certainly gives you a sense of just how the international flavour of this series, it just grows year on year, and that international flavour is just very cool. You see Finnish flags around the place as well. It's really taking this whole championship to another level, which is so cool to see.
It's a very, very cool thing, and we welcome them and all the fans of all 11 nationalities represented on this incredible grid. Here's a little update on where we are. We zoom in on the centre of the North Island of beautiful New Zealand, and we find ourselves at Taupo International Motorsport Park, former home of the A1 Grand Prix of Nations Championship for 3 seasons and home of the Repco Supercars Championship in New Zealand. This is the circuit. 14 corners, just over 3.3 kilometres long, and in 2 races and 2 qualifying sessions so far, we've had a lot of fun, Matt Payne. The racing has been intense, and this place is putting on a show.
Very good racing it was yesterday. A lot of action towards the back end. I'm sure this race is going to be much the same. The track's actually dried out quite a lot, so we're going to see a full dry race. Looks like there was actually a late front wing change on Zach Schooler's car, maybe opting for running a little bit of a different setting on the front, so that'll be interesting to see.
So opportunity here for Zach Schooler, who sits down in 9th position in the championship. He has qualified on pole position by virtue of the fastest lap time out of the 2 races yesterday, which has proven to be a big discussion point in the CT Frott paddock. From a show point of view, Andrew Waite, we're loving it because it's offering up this mixed up grid as the field gets the green flag for the formation lap.
Yeah, it really is. It just shakes it up every time. There's just so much opportunity for every driver to have a chance of being at the front of this grid. Yes, the reverse top 8 race, the whole idea of that was to give everyone else opportunity, but now with the way that the grid is set for this race here, with the fastest lap time from race 1 and the fastest lap time from race 2, it's really important to just be completely and utterly on your game. And then to add on top of it, if you've seen the qualifying results this morning, that's another shake-up in itself as well.
Check the grid, Zach Schooler on pole. He's already got a race win to his credit this season, so there's opportunity here to grab a second. Freddie Slater's been so good on the opening lap so far this season. What can he do from the outside of the front row? Then it's Ryan Wood winning yesterday, and James Wharton, who also grabbed a W yesterday. They're in good position. Championship leader Ugo Gachukwu out of P5. Theo McLaughlin, best start of the season from 6. Louis Sharp, can he do something from the 4th row of the grid? Ernesto Rivera's found himself a regular top 10 contender so far this season. Damage limitation in this race for Jin Nakamura and Kanato Lee. They are a long way down the leaderboard. They are 3rd and 2nd in the championship coming into this race. They need to get points today.
Yeah, they really do. They've sort of missed the boat this weekend a little bit with setup and just haven't had quite the pace that they would have otherwise liked to have had. So as you see them go around turn 11, kind of the most difficult and most important corners on the track, and see them weaving side to side as they make their way out to the grid. Matt, what are you doing at this point of the race? What's going through your head right now?
It's all about that start. You really need to make sure you get a good launch off the line, but right now the boys will be working on just trying to get as much tyre temp as they can, get enough grip, especially in the rear for that launch off the start, and basically just going through your process. This is a relatively similar process every single time you go out for a race, so it becomes repetition, and eyes forward for the start.
Well, the other opportunity here, Matt, is to learn this circuit in dry conditions, because this morning in qualifying, which sets the grid for the feature race, very wet.
Exactly right. It would have been, it's a good time for the guys to have a look and just get a sense of, are there actually any puddles around? It looks pretty much fully dry, so I think the boys will be good.
Johnny Reid was out hustling Black Beauty, the A1 Team New Zealand A1 GP car, in the lunch break, and he was giving it plenty and reported back that the track's in pretty good nick. So this should be an interesting race. It has been a wide open championship. The only consistent has been the consistency of our championship leader. Behind that, there have been 5 different winners so far this season, 9 drivers on the podium. 16 drivers have finished in the top 8 in a race so far. So this is wide open. And race 3 has proven to be the wild card race in the rounds of CT Front we've seen so far. Zach Schooler on the front row alongside Freddie Slater. It's New Zealand versus England. Bit of wheel spin for Schooler. He's having to cover off James Wharton, the blue nose of the number 13 car, but he's going to lead into turn 1. Slater around the outside. Ugachukwu hung out to dry a little bit as well, but will slot into 5th position, with Rivera looking to get in there as well in the Red Bull car. Schooler clearly out in front. Slater and Ryan Wood going at it for 2nd and 3rd position. Wharton slots into 4th place. Great start though, Zach Schooler. He leads them out of 5.
Yeah, Wharton then nearly got to the inside of Schooler, but not quite enough off the start there. Just about got into the lead, but that door got closed very quickly by Schooler, but great start. 2
Red Bull juniors going side by side. Rivera up the inside of Theo McLaughlin for 6th and 7th position and gets that spot done. Evan David in the mix there, and Sebastian Manson a little bit further back. So McLaughlin's been shuffled back quite significantly here by going side by side with Rivera. He's been caught out, hung out to dry. Up to the hairpin at turn 11. Long corner, so important to get the run out on the straight. And that long race down towards the final complex at turn 12. How about the start for Schooler? He's cleared out in front.
So just a reminder on tyres as well. So Schooler out front, looks like he's on 4 green tyres for this one, and also Slater as well on 4 greens. And then further behind, Ryan Wood, he is on right side green tyres. So a little bit of a mixed match amongst that, but they'll just be letting those tyres build. And at the moment, it's obviously a long race, 18 laps, so you don't want to be stressing the tyre too much too early.
Really sharp looking to go the long way around James Wharton, and Ugachukwu, who's dropped a spot from where he started, trying to fight that back and goes around the outside and gets it done. Championship leader up a spot now, gets past the young Kiwi. position gain. Schooler clear by 1.3 seconds. It's a hell of an opening lap.
Yeah, it's been really impressive from Zach Schooler. He's managed to find himself with probably about a second gap, and it's nice fresh air for him. Even for Slater, he can bring his tyres in pretty nicely here, and Woody's sitting there in third. So, yeah, clean start. I thought Wharton was actually going to slip into third there. He got a ripper, but Woody managed to stay up the inside at turn 1.
That gap already for Schooler. He's already starting to pull away quite a bit, so he's clearly got a lot of pace in that car. Freddie Slater sitting there in second position as well. He's started to come under a little bit of pressure from Ryan Wood and behind him.
The flashing rain light is the use of the push to pass, the 6 applications per race of 25 additional horsepower to help you overtake, or in some cases help you defend your position as well. We've seen it used both ways over the first 6 races in CT Frot so far. 2 high-tech drivers line astern. Jin Nakamura in front of Kanato Lee. That position changed last lap. Wazuka Chukwu up 1, Louis Sharp down 5th and 6th position. Zach Schooler 23.2 on his first flying lap is very nearly a lap record, and he's already 2.4 seconds out in front. So a very good opening little stanza to this one for the Kiwis. Slater next and Wood in third place as the 2 high-tech TGR drivers battle on for positions down in 8th and 9th place. Boys, the other thing we need to talk about is managing your tyre, because we've seen drivers over the course of the races this weekend, especially those in a battle pack and following someone closely, by about mid-race they're in pain. By end of race, they're in real strife with the front tyre, especially, that seems to disappear underneath them.
It certainly does, and we're seeing Schooler run out the gate with a 23.2 as basically his first lap. So you actually got to be careful that you don't hit the tyre too hard at the start of the race. There's actually so much degradation here at this circuit that the tyre will run out about lap 10 or 12 probably if you're going 100% the whole way through. So you actually got to bring it in quite nicely over the first 4 or 5 laps. So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. He does have 4 greens, which should help him in that process, but boys looking pretty racy here in the mid-pack.
Change of position there. Kanato Lee drove past Jin Nakamura, who just dived out of the way. Team play there with the 2 high-tech entries. Nakamura may well have been on the push to pass, but it certainly was no fight offered up by his teammates. So a change of position there, both of them in championship calculation. In front of them is Ernesto Rivera.
Just wondering if Slater's playing the patience game at the moment. Just looking at his last lap there, he was a lot quicker than what he was the lap before, so maybe he's just phasing that tyre in a little bit more. Fastest best sector 1 and sector 3. So but at the same time, Schooler's just gone even faster again. And that's the other thing as well, isn't it, Matt? When you're out in the lead like that, you don't need to really go more than a 2-second lead in case there's a safety car later on, or if something else happens, you don't want to burn that tyre up.
As much as you want to just keep going and driving out front and get the biggest gap you can, you actually don't need to, as we're seeing a lock up there from Ernesto Rivera running wide up the inside.
Yeah, nice pass by Kanato Lee, who's got 2 positions in 2 laps. Rivera tries to recover with some use of the push to pass, so try and maximise that run after the error up at the hairpin. This is going to be a close run thing, but he'll get that spot back in the braking zone for the chicane. So that's a good way to show the use of the push to pass. Made a mistake, got it wrong at the hairpin, but then used it to get the drive off the corner and retake that position. And now he's defending down into turn 1 as Kanato Lee tries to find a way past, and he's run out of room, and there's contact. And is there damage to the high-tech driver? Wheel-to-wheel Nakamura now buying into this as well. Wasn't much racing room left on the outside there at turn 1. It's side-by-side behind them as well. This is flat-out racing. So Lee has been hip and shouldered back a little bit. Sebastian Manson, who must have the overtake award this season so far for number of cars passed, is going to get up the inside of the high-tech driver as well. Shui, the Chinese driver, up to 10th position, so he's got a spot in this. And now Phil McLaughlin trying to get himself back towards the top 10 where he started this one. They're going to go side by side into turn 9. There might be track limits on the outside there. This is a busy little battle pack. We'll get another look at that one with how that all played out on the exit of turn 1. That will be one that race control are looking at. Driver standards boss Chris Pither will need to adjudicate on what happened there on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, it didn't look like there was much room going to be left for him on the outside. Rivera there just sort of kept opening the wheel more and more, so that created some contact. But Chris Pither will certainly be looking over that one. He'll be wanting to make a quick decision if he can, if he's comfortable with what he knows.
Now, the other story through all this is Ugo Ugachukwu is 16th championship leader, a long way down the back. Cars dropping off the road. So this is a massive story in the context of the championship. Recovery drive underway for the American.
And just remember, this is a full points paying race as well. As much as there's a bit of a mixed grid here and there, it is a full points paying race. So it's still really important to make sure you're getting as many points as you possibly can. Let's have a look at this one between Rivera. Yeah, he's just sort of... it's not his normal racing line right out there, is it, Matt?
Being a little bit naughty there. I think on the outside he was pretty fair enough up the side him, and he's just opened the wheel, which is, yeah, I guess you can try and do that when you're on the inside and steal that spot.
We'll wait and see what Chris Pither has to say about that one. That's why we're sitting here talking about it and not making those judge of facts, because sometimes from one camera angle we can present something, and then once they dig deeper into it, they start adding other, you can see things from a different angle. So, but Chris, he'll be wanting to make it a fair race. We can see him from our commentary box here as we can see another battle going on.
He looks stressed.
Yeah, David with a lock-up.
Oh, no, the fan club's not going to love that. Just gathers it up through 14, holds on to it, but he's under pressure. Manson now has raced his way into the top 10. This has been a ripping drive from the young Kiwi, who's going to go to the outside. McLaughlin looking up the inside of Sway. Oh, he's gone. Manson turned around, middle of turn 1. Just as he was charging his way forward, well inside the top 10, contact, and around he goes.
Looked like just contact right on the gearbox there for him. And makes it very, very difficult in that situation when you get contact from behind. Let's have a look at this replay with Evan David with a big lock up on the outside. Nearly got the move done. And then as soon as you hit that curve, it gets a bit awkward from there.
Yeah, it looked like he locked both fronts once he came back around to the right-hander, and then we see Fionn McLaughlin just ever so slightly tagging the back of Manson. That's pretty unfortunate. It's pretty hard to judge sometimes when you're passing up the inside and the cars in front of you who are actually battling already, you actually don't even focus on them. You're just trying to pass the car next to you. So, yeah, pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, it was a bit of an innocent bystander situation for Manson there, which is a real shame as he was having a fantastic race, starting to move through the field.
Now, our team are working on getting to the bottom of what happened to Ugachukwu and why he is down in 15th position. We'll update you on that. Zach Schooler leads the way 7 laps into this one. His margin has come back to 1.7 seconds now over Freddie Slater, who was 2/10 quicker last time by. So a little bit more pace for the young Brit. Ryan Wood is 4th, Louis Sharp third, Louis Sharp is 4th, James Wharton in 5th. Then it's Nakamura, Rivera, and this battle pack with Evan David in 8th, Yuanpu Sway in 9th, and Fionn McLaughlin rounding out the top 10. Ree?
The track coming at turn 11, but not sure at the moment.
Sounds like some sort of situation down at turn 11. It's such an awkward corner down into that part of the track there. It's so slippery down there, isn't it? Even when you're on a new tyre, on a slick tyre, up at the right temperature, it's still just such a slippery part of the track. It nearly feels like a wet track, doesn't it, down there, Matt?
It honestly gives you absolutely no feedback through the steering wheel as they come down into here. You sort of get around to the middle of the corner there and you think, well, am I at the slip angle of the tyre, or is that just an understeering? You can't even really tell. So it does feel like you're on wet on a dry track. But yeah, you just got to drive underneath the slip angle of the tyre just to keep the temperature down on the front as we see it moving.
And it's one of those sort of corners as well, isn't it? You just want to stay on that grip limit, otherwise you just burn the tyre off. It doesn't matter how good the car is everywhere else, it never feels good down on that part of the track, does it?
Fionn McLaughlin gets past Yuanpu Sway, so 9th and 10th position. So just to put a full stop on the Ugachukwu story, we understand it was turn 11. We understand it was on his own. There was no other contact involved. So an off up there is what has dropped the young American back down to 14th position. Championship leader came into this race leading by 48 points. So even a DNF that did not finish in this race, he would still be leading going into the feature this afternoon. So now it's just a case of damage limitation with some of his reasonably close championship rivals like Louis Sharp, like Freddie Slater, a little bit further up the leaderboard in this one and towards the front. Schooler last time by with a 23.2, his quickest lap of the race, and just pulled another 0.4 of a second over Freddie Slater. So a little punch and counter punch in the two leaders at the moment, and they are rapidly, Matt Payne, dropping Ryan Wood too back in third place.
Yeah, it looks like Ryan's just done a 24.1, so I'm not sure whether he's backing off to save those tyres, but yeah, he's got a nice little gap there for in between in third place.
This is the battle pack for 4th and 5th position. Wharton was close to Louis Sharp on the exit of 11, but Kiwis just dropped him on the run down into the final corner. Let's go back up to turn 11. Evan David in front of this battle pack, and whoa, off the road, Jack Taylor with a left front lock and a little bit of lawn mowing up there on the exit of the hairpin. He will start from pole position for the Denny Hole Memorial Trophy race later on this afternoon. Talk about swings and roundabouts in motorsport. Starts 17th in one race, and then a couple of hours later, you will have clear racetrack in that beautiful view down towards turn 1 in front of you.
Oh, sideways from Evan David. He's already looking like he's struggling with the rear of that car as McLaughlin's now going to be on the outside for turn 7. It's quite tricky to stay on the outside here. You don't want to get pushed off as there's quite an aggressive curve, but staying around the outside, it's going to be tricky here. He's probably going to have to fall back in line.
Lapstick down on this one. 8 laps remaining. Zach Schooler doing a fantastic job out in front, but even David, we just seen him, those rear tyres starting to protest quite a bit. Watch him on the exit of here. This is a corner where it's so hard to get the power down on the exit.
And this was about the point yesterday where we started seeing drivers really struggling, really sliding around as Kanato Lee finds himself under pressure. He was attacking earlier in this lap and now gets wrapped up around the outside. Humpu Trey gets another spot forward. Cooper Shipman's having a good race. He's just behind them in car number 14, 12th position. And then he's got the championship leader, Ugo Chukwu, chasing him down, looking to get a few more positions and a few more valuable championship points.
Word from race control, there's been a lot of track limit warnings being issued in the last few laps, so everyone pushing the limits big time through turn 9. That's the corner that we see most of these track limit warnings, so I know there was definitely Freddie Slater amongst one of them, number 27. He's been given a track limit warning, so after that you just got to be a little bit more careful, because start getting too many warnings, that's when the penalties start getting applied to your race.
The word from pit lane before the start of this race was Zach Schooler had 4 brand new tyres, green tyres as they call them in the trade on his car. Freddie Slater had 4 greens, but Ryan Wood and Louis Sharp both went for just brand new right-hand side tyres. Matt Payne, you've been in a scenario at this place in supercar land where you've got to make the decision as whether you take 4 tyres or 2. Is that something that's going to cost Wood and Louis as this race goes on, do you think?
It's interesting, you know, you can either run 2 tyres on the right-hand side or 4 greens and try and save some for the next race, but if only you don't really get the benefit for speed in either or, and you're kind of having okay pace, it might pay to actually run 4 greens. The car balance can be affected by running just 2 new tyres on different sides of the car, as we see some pretty defensive driving here, and even David's trying to find a way past. These guys are really going for it now.
Rivera had the big weave going up down the back straight, made a couple of moves to try and break the toe from the Sri Lankan behind. Then he had another go down towards turn 1. What about turn 5? Big curve on the inside and then breaking down the hill. This massive freight train all the way back down to Nolan Alla, who's got up to the back of this in the Giles Motorsport car. Martini liveried entry, Indy Next racer from the United States. He's had a pretty solid season so far, and of course the championship leader is in here as well.
Tell you what, this is going to be hurting these guys' tyres as we have a spinner at the back.
Trying to get a read on where that is. That's on the entry to turn 7.
Okay,
Ricardo Baptista. So he's had some sort of moment down there. As you see,
so Ugachukwu, yep, trying to make a pass on Cooper Shipman.
On contact.
Oh.
Sebastian Manson was on the inside. Remember, he was running inside the top 10 early and got turned around at turn 1 a couple of laps ago.
Wide.
Wow, that's big. Nolan Alla
Smoke
in
signals.
there.
Oh, David's off.
So big moment for Yevon David. Nolan Alla's going to get a couple of spots out of this. Ugachukwu has been hustled in this game as well. Now he's going to look down the inside. Cooper Shipman having an excellent race. He's in the fight in car number 14. And Kalle Rovanpera's getting some racecraft experience now, just tacking on to the back of this with the Red Bull engine cover on his high-tech entry with the big GR up the side. Feisty battle pack. Feels like this might be all about to bubble over. They're battling for 11th through 15th position.
Certainly does have that feeling about it. The benefactor of all that was Ugachukwu there, so he's certainly made a couple of positions in a short amount of time, trying to minimise that damage to that championship lead that he does have. As something went on down at turn 11 for him earlier on in the race.
Feisty stuff. Yevon David has been attacked from all sides in this one. He's done a good job to cling on so far, but been shuffled down a couple of positions and just outside the top 10. Schooler leads, by the way. You've missed nothing out in front. In fact, what you've missed is him just bashing out 1 minute 23s. And he's got that margin out to 4.1 seconds now over Freddie Slater, with Ryan Wood still in third. Louis Sharp and James Wharton closing on the young Kiwi. But we're following the action a little bit back just outside the top 10.
This is clearly a track that's been suiting Schooler as well. He was very, very fast here last year as also. And it's just like that sometimes, isn't it, Matt? Some tracks just you click with, and you know when you go there, you're going to have a good day, don't you?
Yeah, some people have, obviously drive a lot different. Some people drive with carrying momentum. Some people drive not as smooth or smoother on the steering wheel. And honestly, some tracks just suit different driving styles better. And you might not even really know what you're doing right, but the speed is just there, and you're creating lap time.
And that's what I was about to say. You'd love to be able to pinpoint what it is so you can take it to every track, but just for whatever reason, as you're saying, there's those tracks that you just know you can do well at, but then at the same time, there's other tracks that you go to, and you just know it's going to be a tough weekend.
Oh, like we see even a couple of boys in the wet qualifying, and they're up the front, and they're sort of struggling here in the dry. So it can also be, in terms of that stuff, where you find it more comfortable with the car moving around in wet conditions, and in terms of in the dry when you have to keep it nice and smooth, and yeah, that can happen as well.
The other thing that can come back to as well is balance, isn't it? Sometimes your car suits different tracks, or whatever's going on with your car as well. As you see the two Red Bull cars side by side down towards turn number 12.
Push to pass involved, and Phil McLaughlin gets past Ernesto Rivera for 7th position, and just because they're Red Bull juniors, they're not teammates here. Rivera racing for M2 competition, McLaughlin racing for high-tech. We've seen that in Formula 2 and Formula 3, where there's about 4 Red Bull cars in the field, and often running for completely different racing teams, despite running that same iconic Red Bull livery. But McLaughlin now having the best race of his CT Frot season, back up to 7th position, having started this one in 6th place. 4 laps to go. Schooler has disappeared up the road out in front. Ugachukwu up to 12th position now, so that recovery drive continues to salvage some championship points. And interestingly, he will start the feature race from 11th position. So this has proven to be a challenging day so far. He has had the habit of salvaging points. Doing good damage limitation has been a skill for the Americans so far this year. So today could go a long way to determining how the back half of this championship plays out for the driver of car number 4.
And that even shows the way he made those couple of moves down at turn 1 earlier on. As you see, push to pass again for Kananto Lee there. He's trying to go round the outside of Rivera. Does he have quite enough? He's on the better side of the track initially on the brakes. Wasn't quite able to get the move done. They're still side by side.
Just to put a full stop on that championship lead story, 48 points coming into this race. If they finish the way they are right now, it would be 27 going into the feature race this afternoon.
And these guys are trying to swap positions and get crossovers out of different corners. Taupo is proving to be quite tricky to pass and tricky to get a switchback, but Kanato Lee is definitely looking aggressive now. He was the one being on the defensive just a few laps ago, and it feels like Ernesto Rivera has been in just about every battle we've seen in this race, so pretty entertaining stuff.
Make the way around towards turn 7. The pressure is still on the back of Rivera at the moment. You see him looking at his mirrors, but this time Kanato Lee, he will not have the opportunity to use the push to pass, as that 100 seconds stand down wouldn't have quite expired. So you can see there on the back there, so you can see him behind though. Shui, he's on the push to pass, he's got it available to him, and that's clever because he knew.
Oh, here we go.
Three wide.
Here we go. Down the inside, he gets one. Is he going to get the other as well? The high-tech car. There's just enough racing room given on the inside. So he's got one position out of that. Good bit of racing.
So I was about to say that was clever from Shui, because he would have known that the lap before that they burnt up their push to pass, so he was the only one that was going to be able to use it.
And word coming through, there's going to be a drive-through penalty applied for Sebastian Manson. That was for the contact at turn 7. So fairly swift justice serve there for the young Kiwi, and there he is rolling through at 40 kilometres an hour. Tell you what, you don't want to get a pit lane speeding penalty in this part of the world either, because it's basically immediate exclusion, as our colleague and friend Greg Murphy found out to his detriment in the Atlantics earlier in the weekend. Look up from Ugachukwu. He's up to 12th position. So a tough old day for Manson, who charged his way into the top 10 with a couple of really good passes early on.
Ugachukwu there, the rear end of the car sliding through turn 8. Those rears are starting to give up a fair bit. Is there smoke coming from? He's got a puncture on the right front there. As soon as he hit the brakes, you can see the smoke coming off.
There was a massive mark on that right front, Andrew. That tyre is quite badly damaged.
Yeah, it must be flat spotted pretty badly if it's, it must be actually vibrating a lot being in the car. Here we go, replay.
Just how early and quickly it locked up. I'm wondering if there's actually damage to the left rear.
Yeah, he's struggling. Oh, actually, it looks like a suspension failure.
Yeah, left rear at the back there. You can see it flapping around a bit. So just how early that lockup happened. Something didn't quite look right. So, yeah, real shame for him. So whether or not it happened on the exit of turn 8, there's quite an aggressive little curb right in the middle of where that concrete is. So whether or not he got that awkwardly, didn't look like it. But whatever's happened, some sort of failure, maybe through contact, that's caused that.
Hasn't affected Zach Schooler, because he has absolutely been running away with this. What an awesome race for him.
Hugo Ugachukwu has climbed to 12th. He's battling with Nolan Alla. The championship leader is going to walk away with a diminished margin after this. It's been a season so far of peaks and troughs for Zach Schooler. He had a win early in the season in race 2 at Hampton Downs. It's been a tough road since then. This has been an imperious drive from pole position. Zach Schooler takes out the next race in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania, and a big win for M-Tech again, who get their 4th win of the season so far. Freddie Slater across the line for M2 competition, and Ryan Wood on the podium again. He's having a very good weekend, and he is well positioned for the feature race this afternoon as well. Louis Sharp in 4th and James Wharton. Those two were pretty close the whole way through. And then we wait for the next battle pack, which predictably involves Yevon David, who's been in the thick of it in this one. Attack from all sides, front and rear, and he's going to get a top 10 finish out of it. 9th for him, Rivera 10th. So that position changed at the end. Also changing, Cooper Shipman got past Ugachukwu on the final lap. So 12th and 13th place. And that's a quietly impressive little race there from Cooper Shipman, who gained a couple of spots to 12th. Good show. Zach Schooler, 2nd win of the season. Only the 2nd repeat winner of CT Frot so far this year. Freddie Slater and Ryan Wood, the podium. Then it's Louis Sharp and James Wharton, both having really consistent weekends. Jen Nakamura, good championship points for a contender. Theo McLaughlin, best result of the season. Kanato Lee and Yevon David Rivera rounding out the top 10 with Nolan Alla, the feisty drive in that massive battle pack, in 11th place. Cooper Shipman 12th and Ugachukwu 13th, the championship leader by far and away his worst race of the season so far. Rovanpera 14th and solid with some really good racecraft. Highlights, third race of the weekend here at the Giltrap Group Historic GP in Taupo. A feisty start, as it always is in CT Front. And it was Zach Schooler who got the run into turn 1. Slater went around the outside at turn 1, but couldn't quite execute and dropped a couple of spots as a result. Ernesto Rivera was in the thick of the action in car number 24, the Red Bull Junior, and the high-tech driver went wheel to wheel, and this was a little bit of contact on the exit of turn 1. Big moment here for Yevon David, firing into the chicane, the final complex here at Taupo. Grabbed a brake, locked up, and then Manson, contact from behind from Phil McLaughlin, turned him around at turn 1. The young Kiwi's day would only get worse from there. Jack Taylor starts on pole position for the feature race. This one wasn't so great. He was off the road up at turn 11 and finished that one in 15th place. That was controversial contact. Caddy Baptista turned around by Manson, who copped a drive-through for that penalty. This was wild, though. 3 wide on the run down to the chicane. Good bit of racing. Saw that a couple of times in this race. Yuan Poot Shui got through as well. Unfortunately for the young Chinese driver, his race would come to a reasonably abrupt end just a lap later. What looked to be rear suspension damage on the left rear corner of car number 5, and he was off the road, and his day was over with a DNF. Out in front, untroubled. Final margin, 8.4 seconds, the biggest win of the season so far, and it goes to Zach Schooler.
It was certainly a commanding win for him. That's a massive margin by 8 seconds, so very, very well done, and he's super pumped for that one, and fair enough.
4th win of the year for MTech. They're building a good championship, Andrew.
Yeah, they really are. They're doing a fantastic job this year with some very, very fast drivers, and he's obviously super, super happy. And tell you what, I cannot wait for the next race as well, as it's another mixed sort of grid, as Jack Taylor will be starting off the pole, that one Ryan Wood off P2, and Yevon David will be off P3, so can't wait for that one either.
On 23 laps the distance rather than 18, and the way we've been seeing them go through Pirelli tyres today, Matt Payne, that is going to be a challenge.
Yeah, I think some of the guys might have to think about driving style and trying to save the tyres a little bit earlier in the race, just so you're not wagging that tail too much as you get nearer to the end. But yeah, great race from Zach Schooler. He won by 8 seconds, which is a hefty margin over the top 3.
Allied Petroleum Victory Lane is where we always talk to our winners, and Zach has found Rihanna Crean.
Welcome back, Zach Schooler, to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, MTech Motorsport. You had a commanding lead, over 8 seconds you crossed that start-finish line. How satisfying was it to be just in total control for that race?
Yeah, I mean, obviously can't thank the team enough. The car underneath me was great. Yeah, I mean, just controlled the race from start to finish, but yeah, it feels really, really good, especially after a couple of mistakes in race 1 and race 2. So yeah, thanks to the whole team.
Big cheers here in Allied Petroleum in Victory Lane for Zach Schooler. Congratulations, taking out 2nd place for the 3rd race here this weekend. Welcome back to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, Freddie Slater, starting to get some consistency in this championship.
Yeah, when a few more things go the right way, then it's obviously nice to be back at the front. So, no, I think a good race then. I think obviously we know we have to carry these tyres into race 4, so kind of played the game a little bit. Once the first couple of laps got out of the way, it was kind of, the pace was too close to kind of really challenge. So, no, I think we're in a good place for race 4, sorry, and should be good fun.
We're looking forward to it. Congratulations, Freddie Slater, and rounding out the podium once again here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, Ryan Wood. Very nicely done. It's been a solid weekend for you so far.
Yeah, it's been quite good. Congrats to Zach and the Car 3 crew. Awesome to see them grab a win. Really cool for our team to share the podium, 2 cars. So really happy. Ran 2 tyres then. First of the 2 tyre runners, I think. So happy. Zach was on another level, and I was just sort of in no man's land. A few people ran off behind me, and then made my race pretty, just trying to stay focused and consolidate and that sort of thing. So I'm happy. The next race we start on the front row. We've got four tyres, so we'll see if we can get the job done.
I feel like there's plenty more in the tank from Ryan Wood. Congratulations to our 3 podium place getters for race 3 of the series.
We are honoured for the second week in a row to have government representation here to present our trophies today. We welcome Mr Todd McClay, the Minister for Trade, who is going to deliver our trophies for race 3 of the weekend of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, how about making some noise? He's been a consistent finisher on the podium so far this weekend from MTech, a proud Kiwi. It's Ryan Wood. We will update the championship standings for you shortly, but this guy has moved up 2 spots on the ladder today. Second place in the race, representing the United Kingdom for M2. How about it for Eddie Slater? And what a performance, 2 years in a row in Taupo for this guy. Dominant here early on Sunday afternoon from New Zealand for MTech. Your winner, Zach Schooler! Our media and cameraman here will grab a photo. Nice and smiley, everyone. They are doing that because they are happy to be on the podium here in CT Frott. And let's update the championship standings.
Euro class race coming up very shortly as we see some very happy drivers from the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. Andrew Waite alongside Nathan Pilcher as we get ready to go for the third race for these guys. It's certainly going to be a fun one with Aaron Zerafos off the pole position, Tanya Jones off P number 2, David Cranner sitting there in P3. Grant Aiken, he will be continuing that battle that he's had all weekend long with Tony Quinn, and Duncan McCrosty starting out of P7, and Nick Cutfield, he had a great race with Duncan McCrosty in the second one, and unfortunately Tanya Jones hasn't even been able to make the start of this one. Ronan Murphy, he's decided to join us as well in the commentary box.
Hasn't been a great last couple of races for the Jones family, has it? Unfortunately, Kerry's not on the grid, and now Tanya's also going to look, well, it looks like so far going to fail to make the start of the grid as well. So pretty disappointing for the both of them and their pair of Janettas.
Yeah, it is for sure. And due to that, we're going to see another lap under safety car. So they'll just cruise around for another lap, and we'll get that car off the track as quick as we possibly can and get underway with this 25-minute race. That's a timed race, this one. So there's plenty of laps for these guys to battle it out and have a bit of fun out on track. So great to see so many Euro cars out on track, the McLaren and the Porsches, and there were some Janettas, but now unfortunately with the Joneses not having a fantastic day today, and Tony Quinn sitting there in that 996 Cup car. He's certainly been enjoying that one this weekend, getting amongst it and having a bit of fun, hasn't he, Nathan?
Yeah, he sure has. Look, one of the other ones that is missing is obviously Francois Biziak in the Cup Car MR. We've seen him have issues yesterday in race 2, but it just, unfortunately, it's a terminal gearbox issue. So we tried to fix it overnight, worked with the team. Nothing we could do to bring it back to life, unfortunately. So another car that's really being missed from the grid, but these guys sure are going to put on a show anyways.
Absolutely, and
championship points, just a little bit of an update for those, as there's been so much going on throughout the races there. Ugo Chukwu, he's leading the championship with 168 points. And 28 points behind is Freddie Slater. Louis Sharp, he's had a very, very consistent run to this point with 132 points. Jin Nakamura, he's got 131, so super close between him and Kananto Lee as well. Zach Schooler buying himself into the battle as well with that fantastic win in the last race there.
What a great race that was in the race 3 of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Series, but we're not too far away from a start here in the Euro class, the Allcomers class. Some awesome cars, as we were just discussing before, but the pole position will be taken away by Aaron Zerafos there in the 944 Porsche. And some of the Repco race facts. Race number 3 of 3 for the weekend for this class. The distance, it's going to be a 25-minute race coming up very shortly. And it's certainly going to test these drivers' attrition and how long they can keep those tyres alive for around the Taupo Motorsport Park here. It's certainly known for its tyre degradation, isn't it, Andrew? We've both experienced that in the past and know that it can certainly throw a few curveballs at some of the cars.
Yeah, it certainly has, and you've experienced that in a bit of Italian flavour, fitting the Euro theme out here, and you've been doing a lot of endurance racing in a Lamborghini GT3, so fantastic to see that we've got that sort of same mix, and you can talk alongside those sort of cars that we have lining up on grid, them about to get racing shortly.
And don't we wish we were in our Lamborghini Huracan GT3s right now? It would be awesome to be out there.
Wouldn't that be nice? The safety car, the Toyota Supra GR safety car, has pulled away, and Aaron Zerfos, he's getting into it. He's already cut across over the front, and he's about to take the start of the race. It's meant to be 2x2 and through the last corner, but he's decided to stick to the outside now and let the faster cars go up the inside, and that allows Grant Aiken there to get a very, very good run. He's taken the lead of the race, and he'll be wanting to put his head down and get away from his great mate Tony Quinn as quickly as he can, so he doesn't have to worry about that battle for too long. But remember, it is a 25-minute race. There's a lot of racing to happen. John Buchanan sitting in behind him as well, and Nick Cutfield with a fantastic start. He is already up into third position.
Yeah, well, I did see, had a quick look around the cars before they went out to the grid, and I think Tony might have pulled out the ace card in this one because he's got 4 green tyres.
Oh, he tells us he's not competitive. He's out there to enjoy it, and can't help himself but put on a fresh set of green tyres, and that's what it's all about, having a bit of fun out there, and especially for this longer race, it's certainly worthwhile time to put them on, as your tyres certainly get chewed up around Taupo here.
That'll make that 996 GT3 Cup car come alive, I'm sure, especially around Taupo Motorsport Park, and always a treat when you can put on a new set of greens. It certainly makes a big difference, especially at the corner they've just come through, turn 11. This, you guys were discussing in the broadcast just before, it's one of those corners that it certainly doesn't give you a lot of feel, and the more you can do to enhance the feeling through there, such as new tyres, can make a huge difference.
And a change for second position. Nick Cutfield gets past John Buchanan up into second place. And Grant Aiken will see Cutfield all over the back of him. Grant Aiken there going defensive down into turn 1, making it hard for Nick Cutfield. Nick Cutfield still stuck in behind for the moment. Grant Aiken is using his mirrors to try and keep Cutfield in behind him.
He's a wily operator, Grant Aiken. He moved the car over, placed it exactly where he needed to place it, down towards turn 1. Disincentivised Nick Cutfield from being able to throw it down the inside, and he's managed to maintain the lead all the way through on the first half of this next lap, going down towards turn 7. He's still got sort of 2 or 3 car lengths ahead now, so might have sort of gotten or kicked Nick Cutfield out of his rhythm a little bit there, and as they go up through turn 8 towards turn 9, Aiken's still in the lead there in that GT4 Cayman. Cutfield there in second. John Buchanan's not too far away there in third. David Cranner in fourth in the first of the non-Porsches, and he's actually the only car in the race now that's not a Porsche. So David Cranner is the Lone Ranger out there, waving the flag for McLaren, and the rest of the manufacturers that aren't from the Stuttgart brand.
Oh, it's good to see Dave Cranner out there. Cranner out there as well. He's a fantastic guy, loves his motorsport, and always got a big smile on his face when he's at the racetrack, and certainly does very, very well behind the wheel. So he's a great addition to this field, having David Cranner out there.
Cutfield's now taking the lead away from Aiken, so as they come across the front straight for this next lap, he's now got just under a second lead over Nick Cutfield. David Cranner, he's still having a great battle there with McCrosty over that 4th place. Tony Quinn a little bit further back there as well. And Aaron Zerafos, he's still on his way down the back straight at the moment. So we come up over the staircase now. The McLaren, such a good looking car, that 570 GT4 with some orange accents on it. So we see there McCrosty coming through turn 5. A little bit of curve, gets the power on, down towards, through the kink at turn 6, down towards turn 7.
This will be frustrating as well for McCrosty. because he's not got the same level of straight line speed that Cranner has with the McLaren. That thing's so fast in a straight line that he's certainly going to have to do it the hard way.
Yeah, and the McLaren being a turbo-powered car as well certainly gets it along, and twin turbo in fact, and gets it going when it winds the wick up down the back straight here at the long back straight here at Taupo Motorsport Park. McCrosty there had a little bit of a look as Tony Quinn now gets right up and behind McCrosty, so they're having a great battle between the two of them.
So battle continues on. John Buchanan and David Cranner there. Switch of position up into P3 there for David Cranner. Good move by him.
They come onto the front straight. Cutfield's still leading. He set the fastest lap of the race at a 34.3. Just over 2 seconds a lap quicker than Grant Aiken's best time. Aiken with the second fastest lap of the race, but him and David Cranner only half a tenth between them in terms of fastest laps. John Buchanan there in fourth with a 37.6. Duncan McCrosty on a 36.9 and Tony Quinn on a 37.1. So very tight from second back. The lap times are few and far between the guys.
Another cool thing about these battles as well, it's nearly a battle of the GT memberships between the Hampton Downs GT membership, the Taupo GT membership and the Highlands GT membership as well. We've got Nick Cutfield, he's a member up there at Highlands, and Grant Aiken, sorry, at Hampton Downs, Grant Aiken, proud member down at Highlands as well. So great to see the GT members out there having a bit of fun, getting amongst a bit of racing too.
Go through A1 corner, up the back straight towards turn 11. See the way the car, when they stand on the brake pedal and the car just pitches forward like that, you can see how much force goes through the brake pedal and onto the car, onto the front shock absorbers to get the car to pull up and get it around the corner. Certainly a sight to behold. Going down the back straight now, David Cranner in that third place. Duncan McCrosty there in fourth. John Buchanan's dropped back to fifth. And Tony Quinn's now putting pressure on Buchanan there in that GT4 Cayman. And through the penultimate corner. TQ got up on the curb there a little bit. He's pushing hard in that 996.
He is getting hungry, he wants to get these moves done and push his way through the field as Grant Aiken, we saw him have that awesome race with yesterday, is a little bit further up at the moment, sitting in second position, but that's clear Duncan McCrosty at the moment. He's got a nice clean track out in front. And Aaron Zerafos there, he's having a good old day, having a bit of fun out there. He's got the rain light flashing. That must be from earlier on this morning, but that's all right. He's able to keep that on, have a bit of fun out there.
Yeah, is he on push to pass? It looks like it. He's got the light flashing, except rather than just the back straight, he's got it the whole lap around. So he's on a good lap at the moment. Zerafos fires it in down there to the penultimate corner in probably Richard Crale's favourite car across the entire weekend, a Porsche 944. We know Crale's here, he's a Porsche tragic, like the rest of us. Coming down towards turn 1 now as we ride with Zerafos. Turns it in. Gets back up on the power. Red light still flashing on the back. As we see now, fires it up over turn 2, across turn 3, into turn 4. Down towards the braking zone there at turn 5. It's up right on the curb. Sometimes running the curbs here at Taupo Motorsport Park as we go back to a replay.
Oh, Tony
TQ
locks the rear of the car into turn 11. Looks like maybe the rear of the car there as he's gone to change down gears. Released the clutch too early, maybe in the wrong gear or some sort of... What could happen in that situation is you got to change down. If you get a box of neutrals and then you finally find a gear, pull it and put it in, it's like pulling the handbrake, and that's nearly like what's happened there, because the old 996s, they've just got a standard H-pattern gearbox in them, so it's certainly something that's easily done, isn't it?
When the wheel speed doesn't match the road speed, Andrew Waite, that was a great description, and yeah, obviously Tony did a great job to gather it up, and he got the car back in one piece and in a straight line. As we see there, he's chasing down the back of John Buchanan and David Cranner still there. Those three guys fighting over that the fourth place. McCrosty a little bit further up the road in the third. Grant Aiken still in second, and as we see there, cars in picture. McCrosty, he's all over the back of Grant Aiken now, so that second position that Grant Aiken's been holding down since the first couple of laps now looks to be under threat from McCrosty in the 155, the 997 Generation Cup car. And McCrosty looks like he's just going to mosey on by down the back straight, using the horsepower of the Cup car. Oh, that's tight.
Grant Aiken in behind there. Didn't want to give that position up too easily.
Hopefully Tony didn't see that. Grant cutting his grass a little bit down there at the last set of chicanes, but no, great recovery there from Grant. He held in one piece, got through there, and unfortunately he's just lost that position to McCrosty, but back up on the wheel now going towards turn 2.
Beautiful looking car, isn't it? The car of Grant Aiken's, Wayne Duncan McCrosty, they're all very, very well prepared cars, and making the trek all the way to the North Island to Taupo here for the Giltrap Group Taupo Historic Grand Prix. And let's have a little bit of a look at a replay here. Grant Aiken, sideways and behind for Duncan McCrosty. He's pretty used to that, done a lot of rallying in his day. And as we see there, Tony Quinney started to close the gap up to John Buchanan there, and he's starting to put him under pressure as well. Rusty.
Andrew, as you know, this event brings out stars of New Zealand motorsport, and not just in four-wheel terms. This is Aaron Slight, who in his heyday finished twice runner-up in the World Superbike Championship, successful across the ditch in Australia as well. Welcome. You enjoy spending a bit of time in Taupo over summer, don't you?
For sure. And a bit sad about the weather today, isn't it? Like it was summer yesterday, now winter today, but good to bring a bit of rain to the track and a bit of excitement to the racing, eh?
Now, we are right beside the Formula Atlantic paddock. Some unbelievably cool machines here, including the 51 of a mate of yours, Greg Murphy. Are you here in support of Murph, or are you heckling from the sidelines?
Probably heckling more, really, yeah. I heard this morning he went out on a set of slicks, and I think it was a strategic move, or maybe not.
You love your motor racing. That's one thing that's never changed. And did I see on your socials you did a ride on two wheels in some remote parts of maybe Sri Lanka in the last year? Where were you?
Yeah, over in Sri Lanka. We did a 3-week tour around Sri Lanka and stuff. We try and fit one in every year somewhere different. And then last year before that we did a Darryl Beatty ride across Australia. So that was pretty cool, camping out every night and for 14 days. And yeah, just try to do a bit of motorcycling somewhere.
There you go. Young at heart. Fantastic to catch up with Aaron Slight here. Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Aaron Slight, an absolute legend in New Zealand motorsport, isn't he? It's great to have him here supporting and heckling Greg Murphy, and deserves a bit of heckling out. Just speeding in the pit lane yesterday. I don't think any of us are going to let that one go, are we?
Yeah, no, Aaron Slight, or Slighty as he's known, he had some pretty wild hairdos back in the day. I've seen him with some different colour mohawks over the years, back when he was racing for the factory Honda team in World Superbikes, the iconic Castrol livery Honda bikes back in the day, going at it with the likes of Neil Hodgson and Carl Fogarty, and you know, back in those days it was full on. They raced all over the world, and he was mightily successful back in those times. So great to see Aaron here, and as Rusty said, he spends a lot of time up here, so cool to see him out looking at some four-wheeled action this weekend.
I reckon we could see you sporting one of those hairdos for the next round of the NextGen Championship, Ronan.
Oh, you never know. I maybe after a few cups of confidence, I might be willing to look into it. But if maybe I'll do a hairdo for you, Andrew, and you do one for me, and we'll see who can come out on top. But going back to the battle at hand, we're just under 12 minutes to go in this race. Tony Quinney still attacking the back of John Buchanan there. The 996 GT3 Cup chasing the GT4 Cayman.
So we've more or less just crossed the halfway point of this race. So it's we're getting there. It's certainly quite the battle on our hands at the moment between these two, John Buchanan and Tony Quinn. That car of Tony Quinn's, it was pretty cool to see him have a bit of a play in that one, and he's sideways out of turn 5 there. They were actually looking through the logbook of that car on Friday and discovered that this car was actually raced here at the Australian Grand Prix race weekend. Azerafos there has got some sort of issue with this car, and maybe he's just moving over and letting everyone carry on with their battles.
Yeah, caught up with the team at LG Motorsport after this morning's race with a 944 had an issue. And, yeah, the fuel pump stopped working. It lost its earth, so the team got to work straight after and managed to get it all back together.
On Tony Quinn, he's got the move done on John Buchanan. That is another position for Tony Quinn. So now his next one is going to be a hard one to get past David Cranner, especially the horsepower difference between Tony and David Cranner there is going to make it certainly difficult. But out in front, Nick Cutfield still doing the job. Last lap, he actually done his fastest first sector, so Cutfield certainly getting faster as this race goes on. He has just absolutely cleared out to a 17-second lead at this point in the race.
Cutfield, he is just cruising at the front there. He's still smashing out faster sectors. Just saw a purple sector pop up for sector 1 on the previous lap from him. Duncan McCroskey there in second. He's running around in the mid-35s at the moment, so about around 2 seconds a lap slower than Cutfield, just under. Grant Aiken in the 1:37s. His best lap time, Tony Quinn's best lap time, and David Cranner's best lap times are all very similar. Let's shoot down to Rihanna down in the lane.
Greg Murphy, racing car driver, driver coach, television host, all the hats that you're wearing this weekend, adrenaline junkie as well.
Yes.
Tell me about your racing car driver first. How's your weekend going?
Well, I love driving Atlantic cars. I cut my teeth for a couple of seasons right at the beginning of my career. And so every time you get into a car that doesn't have a roof on it, it's bloody exciting. And so I've had a great time so far, but I think someone's stolen my car for the last race, and you may know him.
Look, you wanted to make it even more exciting, so you went out on slicks in the wet. How was that for you?
Yeah, that was a decision that I was forced into because not having any wet tyres. So I was quite fortunate that it was just on the right side of being able to run around reasonably safely on a set of slicks. So it's dried up nicely though now for the race that I'm not going to be doing, thanks to the guy that you know.
Will Davison, supercar driver, will be racing in your car this afternoon. Quickly, what is worse, driving in the rain on slicks or skydiving?
Without question, driving on the rain and slicks is a walk in the park, and nowhere near as terrifying as jumping out of an aeroplane or doing a bungee swing with you, actually. And it's not because of you, it's because of the bungee.
Well, I'm new to this championship, and they've made me skydive, bungee jump and rope swing, so I'm not sure what the initiation process is, but I'm done with that.
But how amazing are we here in New Zealand? Do you get to do that kind of stuff in Australia?
Never, never. That's why we love it. Thanks, Murph. Enjoy their afternoon.
Thanks, Rihanna.
As we heard word from race control that there is only 2 laps remaining in this race. So Nick Cutfield still doing the job out in front well and truly. So he'll come across the line for this next lap and receive the last lap board. He's just making it look very, very easy out there as we hear the sound of that 991 Cup car on the downshifts. Don't they just sound sweet as you pull the gears down, Ronan?
They certainly do, Andrew, and I think Nick Cutfield, whether there's 10 laps to go or 1 lap to go or 5 laps to go, I don't think it's going to matter too much in his mind. He's cruising out front there in the lead. He's smashing out those really, really solid fast lap times, and he just seems to... Duncan McCroskey's 155.997 Cup car seems to be getting smaller and smaller in the mirrors for him, and he's just driving away, so I'm sure he will be... Maybe even he's not that happy to see the checkered flag. He probably just wants to keep driving around and keep doing his thing because he's doing such a good job of it.
Do you blame him? He's out there
Absolutely
in a Cup car at the moment doing his thing. He would want to be out there as long as he possibly can. As he actually just had a little bit of a wobble through turn 7 there on the way in, so it's maybe slightly locked the rears. So he's certainly pushing on, not giving it up just yet as we're out to a 22-second lead for him.
The only thing I will say is the tyres may be starting to deteriorate a little bit and maybe look a little bit average on Taupo Motorsport Park, as we've discussed many a times. It's one of those tracks, it's not only is it a tricky technical layout, but it certainly can be quite harsh on tyres as well, which adds to the excitement and the challenge of this awesome racetrack. So I think he's coming into the end here.
Deteriorate sounds like Greg Russ driving in the barrel racing earlier on against Richard Craill. Richard Craill taking out that one, but there is no stopping Nick Cutfield as he comes across the line to take the race win with a healthy margin of over 22 seconds. So great job by him. Duncan McCroskey makes his way down the back straight. He will come home in position number 2 in the 997 Cup car, which is the previous generation before Nick Cutfield's. He's had a great weekend, had a lot of fun in the rain. It was great to see him getting all sorts of sideways, bringing in his inner rallying out. And John Buchanan and Tony Quinn battling it out all the way to the end of this race. John Buchanan sitting in 5th place there. David Craner up ahead. He's going to come home in 4th place. Tony Quinn, he didn't quite manage to get the job done, coming home in 6th place there. And Aaron Zerafos, he's getting a little bit of sideways through turn 11 there. He's pushing the 944 on super hard.
Kicked up a bit of dust there on the exit, did Zerafos, coming down the back straight. He's been enjoying his time out there, and he's obviously pushing on pretty hard when you're kicking up a bit of dirt.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about at the end of the day, isn't it? It's about having fun, being part of the racing, being here, doing the job, and he's doing exactly that, and loving his racing. And here he comes, the number 94 across the line. Aaron Zerafos very, very close to the wall there as he comes across the line, kicking up all sorts of dirt and dust. As we have a quick look at the results, Nick Cutfield with that massive winning margin of 25 seconds. Duncan McCroskey coming home in 2nd place in the 997 Cup car. Grant Aiken home in 3rd place. David Craner coming home in 4th, and the only non-Porsche to finish that race there. Let's have a look at our highlights for this one here. As the start of the race, Aaron Zerafos, he moves over to the right-hand side, let the battles continue up in front. And it was Grant Aiken who was the first car into turn 1, and Nick Cutfield made quick work of John Buchanan, and before the end of the 2nd lap was all the way up to 1st place. Tony Quinn with a little bit of a rear lock, a little bit of a moment for him, but it didn't let it stop him. Duncan McCroskey there getting his rally skills on with a bit of sideways action onto the back straight. And he went around the outside of Grant Aiken there to move himself up into 2nd place. There was other battles going on. Tony Quinn, getting it in deep down into turn 11 there. Managed to pull the car up in time, but you could see the bit of wheel work going on. Sure, the heart was in the mouth for a second there. And on the last lap there, Nick Cutfield a little bit sideways through turn 7 there. But that sweet sounding 991 GD3 Cup car. No bit of sound as he comes across the line, and here they are down in the Allied Petroleum victory lane. He's certainly pretty happy with that one, and number 1, nice and easy run for him in the Enriana.
Well, this man is familiar with the Allied Petroleum victory lane. Congratulations, Nick Cutfield, once again standing on the top step of the podium. Just tell me how much you've enjoyed racing here this weekend.
Yeah, it's been a great weekend, brilliant event NextGen's put on. Very cool, we got 3 from 3, got some dry, got some wet, got some dry. Need to thank my team, LG Motorsport do a fantastic job. Need to thank my wife for coming out, supporting me and letting me indulge in this crazy sport.
We can't keep you away from race track. Congratulations, Nick Cutfield. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Coming in to position number 2, once again, Duncan McCroskey. Congratulations, Duncan. We have loved watching you guys race out there this weekend. How much have you enjoyed it?
It's been a great weekend, actually. Yep, that bit of rain this morning definitely helped.
Changed things up a little for you guys out there?
Yep, definitely.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Thank you so much, Duncan. And rounding out our 3rd spot for the Euro class, congratulations to Grant Aiken. Well done. Welcome to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Just tell me about your weekend.
Oh, it's been fantastic. In fact, the last race I really missed not having my playmates to racing. I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know what happened to them. I would have had to engage reverse gear to come back and find them, and I don't know where they were. But no, it's been fantastic. Between Tony, JB, and myself, we're all on the same pace and the same lap. It's fantastic. Love it.
You're having fun. We're having fun. We love it. Congratulations.
Good stuff. Cheers.
Ladies and gentlemen, time now for your Euro Allcomers podium. And with us to present the sashes and the winner's wreath, we welcome category manager and friend of the broadcast, Nathan Pilcher, too. Thank you, Nathan, for being here. In 3rd place, how about it for Grant Aiken? ushering Grant up to the podium. He's busy chatting with the team there. That's great. Let's now continue the delivery of the sashes. Please welcome second place, Duncan McCrosty. And we'll do a little juggle here because we have both the sash and the wreath. So grab the wreath there, Nathan, as well. And let's invite your winner to the podium now. Please put your hands together for Nick Cutfield. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your Euro all-class podium here in Taupo.
We are back for round 2 of the NextGen Championship broadcast go-karting Grand Prix. Of course, our team includes Andrew Waite, Ronan Murphy, Greg Rust and David Tunnicliffe. For those who missed it, round 2 was taken out by David Tunnicliffe, and sadly, Greg Rust coming in a fairly dismal 4th place. I heard the words protest. I heard the words he was complaining about parity. So here we are, a rematch to hope that Greg Rust can get himself off 4th place and not blame the equipment. Let's see what happens. Done and dusted here at Taupo International Motorsport Park. We must say congratulations, Andrew Waite, taking out round 2. It was completely fair racing, absolutely nothing wrong with anything that we saw out on track. Well done.
Thank you very much. We're lucky to have a broadcast manager, nearly put him upside down on top of the tyres, so there will be a show to continue on with, but Rusty, any improvement there, was there?
There was some improvement. There was also something I heard about, just a little whisper, a little rumour, that Rusty, have you visited the go-karting in the last 10 minutes today before this race kicked off?
Well, like 90 minutes ago, Ree. Befriended all the good staff here at Taupo, made sure they were on my side, endeavouring to unglue the stitch-up merchants I work with.
David Tunnicliffe, you're only as good as your last race, and mate, you were last in that one.
I think if you check when the checkered flag was waved, I was first across the line. Now, my understanding was first across the line wins, so I'll take that. We'll take a look at the champ points, tune her up, and go again at Highlands.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado, a happy family in an electric vehicle, and a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
He's on the red limit, ready to go, and we are, oh no we're not. We're away, here we go. Sideways for both. Wood will undoubtedly do something illegal, I would have thought. He's got a bit of an advantage. Wood coming back through, sideways, got to the stop. Skeets has got a cone down, he's going to miss it. They don't know where they're going. Wood takes it out. And now he's trying to win the car. I think I still did a donut for him.
It's the sound of the last generation of motorsport. The howling Zytec V8, the heart of one of New Zealand's most famous race cars, the A1GP machine called Black Beauty. 2 decades since it first hit the track, the sound and sight of the All Black car still excites. And no one is more excited than the driver, Johnny Reid, back behind the wheel for the first time since 2008.
You know, I look at it today and just, I can't even fathom that it was 20 years ago that the series started in A1GP. But the car does not look 20 years old. It's such a timeless car, and I'm just really looking forward to getting back in and sliding it around a bit.
It is a good start from Great Britain. New Zealand is a second.
From the world and to Taupo, Black Beauty didn't just race, she inspired. Those victories proved Kiwis could match anyone, given the chance.
Oh, this is a great race for the lead. They're still side by side. Robbie Kerr gets sideways on the turret, and New Zealand through. New Zealand takes the lead, and that was a great pass by Johnny Reid.
And behind it, the lifelong passion of Sir Colin Giltrap, who fought to secure New Zealand a place in the World Cup of Motorsport, and then to secure a race in New Zealand.
Colin was the ultra entrepreneur, but he was passionate New Zealander, passionate about his motorsport, and he loved the concept of taking on the world. So, you know, it was kind of those ingredients that I think was the flashpoint for Colin to say, hey, let's have a go. Let's see this is an opportunity for us to take on the world and have a car that competes in a global championship.
7 wins, twice championship runner-up, and no wonder Reid calls his time in A1GP the highlight of his career.
A1GP for me was by far the pinnacle. Winning races, you know, you've got the Prime Minister there, as you've alluded to. Colin's smile, like you just couldn't wipe it off his face. Like a podium, you know it was good, but a win, you knew that would never leave him.
And the black car became a star in its own right, thanks to not just the success, but the pre-event stunts like racing over the Auckland Harbour Bridge.
I got to Shelley Beach Road exit where the barriers were, and there was police and security there, and they were both egging me on just to do these massive skids, so I just laid into it for them. Yeah, they were loving it and I was loving it, so it was a great day.
And that was followed by a truly audacious mission, racing an Air New Zealand 777.
Okay, New Zealand Alpha 1, rolling in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
At the beginning I thought that was a crazy idea, but I went and had the conversation that progressed from there to the point where we ended up racing a New Zealand 777. And you're still smiling 2 decades later. Oh, yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was pretty surreal to be out on the runway with the car, and just incredible.
And I just remember the shadow coming up, and I sort of have it look up at about 300 kilometres an hour, and I felt like the 777 was just right on top of me.
Like A1GP, those wild stunts are now the stuff of history, but the legacy of Black Beauty's success remains. It put Formula cars back in the spotlight in New Zealand and turbocharged our country's belief that given a chance and a level playing field, Kiwis couldn't just compete, they could win at the highest level.
Great era of motorsport and some great memories, obviously coming back, seeing Johnny get in the car there and seeing the engine fire up for the first time. Yeah, really quite something special, you know, a lot of history for New Zealand motorsport, and yeah, forebearer I think to a lot of good things with a lot of drivers from our part of the world.
Oh, that's so good. That was awesome. For Reid, this was more than a reminder of what this car and Giltrap's team achieved. For a few laps, he was 23 again.
Every lap I was getting more confident on putting the throttle down and just really enjoying my time out there. So yeah, I just can't wait for the next time to drive the car again. It's like we have a bond.
Next stop, Taupo's historic Grand Prix in January. Black Beauty back where she belongs. A reminder of what's possible when passion meets opportunity.
What a treat it has been to have Black Beauty, the A1 Grand Prix Team New Zealand car, here this weekend doing some demonstration runs. Huge thank you to the Giltrap group for bringing that amazing piece of machinery here. But up next here at the Giltrap Group Taupo Historic Grand Prix, we've got the fourth and final race for the HRVA Historic cars about to begin. We've got a handicap race coming up for this one. So we've got, so we look at the grid, Tim Stace and Matt Adams will take the front of the grid from P1 and P2 there in the Mark II Jag and the BMW 2002. Chris Brown there in the Alpha Sud off third. Peter Dudson there off P4. Brett Tasker in the Datsun 1200 off P5. Leon Hallett in the big V8 Firebird off P6. P7 is Craig Sawyer and his awesome Vauxhall Viva. Carl Sench in that amazing STP Ford Capri there off P8. Derek Cecil in P9 and a Mark II Escort. Ian Brown off P10. P13, we've got Cal Bray there in the 31, the Escort, and Murray Brown and another Ford Escort there in P14. Chris Graney in P15. P19 and P20 is Chris Anderson and Jonathan Hogg there. P21, Peter Hooper. P22, Martin Day, the ex-Jimmy Stone Ford Escort. Oliver Sench, Shane Merlin, and Leon Hallett rounding out the field there. The final runners making up the grid, and they will, with how many cars there are in this field, Andrew Waite, they will be lining up around the final corner.
Yeah, they certainly will. It's great to see them all back on track. This is race number 4 of 4 for them this weekend. This is an 8-lap race. It's Certainly going to be a fair bit of fun to see these fast escorts come through from the back. As you can see, the New Zealand flag getting the race underway, and that's Tim Stayson, the 1960 Mark II Jaguar. 3.8 litre motor under the hood there, and he's been really enjoying his racing this weekend. Great to see him out there having a run.
Absolutely, and we see there the Alpha Sud and the BMW 2002, driven by Matt Adams. That car was driven to first place in the 1970 Southern Cross Rally by Paul Adams, and now it's raced nowadays by his son Matt. So we see now the flag, the New Zealand flag gets waved again, and with another group of cars. We've got the Fiat 131, the Datsun 1200 Coupe, the Pontiac Firebird, and the Ford Capri there of Carl Sench going down towards turn 1. Flag gets waved again. Mark II Ford Escort, just as at home on the rally stages as it is on the circuit there, followed by the BMW. Checkered flag goes down again. There's Mark McGuinness and the big Ford Fairlane V8. A couple of Mark I Escorts thrown in there as well. There goes the STP Mustang, the BMW CSL, the Fox Body Ford Mustang, and another Mark I. Waiting for the flag. There goes Martin Day there in the 01 car.
Martin having a fantastic race this morning in the rain, didn't he, Road? And he drove so well, came through the field, so that was great to see. And he's back out again in this one as we see the last few cars get underway for their race. It's certainly a long, long wait for those guys right at the back of the field with the way that this race runs. So the fastest at the back and delayed on start time as well. And the idea of that is the handicap race, as they call it, is it means that the faster cars with the time delay, that by the time they get to the last lap of the race, they should more or less be about exactly the same point as the cars up front, but it doesn't quite always work out that way, as the cars at the back have also got to think about passing other cars on track, so that slows their lap times down, so they are certainly up against it. But Tim Stacey's still out in front at the moment. He's all on his own when he took off, and New Zealand Freighters racing car. It's great to see that out there. It was built by Robbie Halliday, and he's out there running it at the moment. It's raced by Don Halliday, and then was owned and raced by Alan Wolfe as well. So it's great to see that car out there being used.
So cool in this class, seeing so many historic cars still out there racing, a lot of genuine cars as we've been discussing, and we see they're going through turn 1, the Datsun 1200 Coupe, up on 3 wheels at the left front, up in the air, the 122 car of Brett Tasker. The car was actually originally electric powered, now it's been converted back to petrol, so that car's quite interesting. It's had quite an interesting history being an electric powered Datsun 1200.
There you go, to be powered back with petrol again now, and the 122. He's certainly having a bit of fun out there. That's Brett Tasker. He's pushing on, and he's got the 131 all over the back of him. That's Peter Dudson. He's having a great old battle, and that's what this racing's all about, isn't it, Road? And it's about being out there, having fun, but normal thing. Once those lights go out, naturally just get competitive, don't you? You sort of go, oh, no, I'll be happy to just bring the car home and be in this position, but then you see someone who's doing the same sort of lap time, naturally just like, oh, I'll just push a bit harder. I reckon I can beat him.
Absolutely, and bringing back the heydays a bit, isn't it, Andrew? You know, the some of these cars have got a lot of history racing in you know, the 2-litre championships, Shell championships, as we saw there. Martin Day dropping a wheel on the exit there of turn 7 in the 01 car. That car's got a lot of racing history as well, being an ex-Stone, built by Jimmy Stone back in the day for the BNSW series in the 70s, and then was run and raced by Roy Harrington to win the 1982 and 83 under 2-litre Shell Sport Championship. As we see there, Oliver Sench down the inside there of the Fox Body Mustang, the John Player Special Tribute livery car.
He's certainly getting some moves on now, isn't he, Oliver Sench, in the 1970 Mark I Escort. It's the famous ex-Alan Boyle Coke Fever, as Alan raced it from the 1971 to 1977.
It's coming through the last section there. It's a great battle pack between these guys. Shane Merlin there, Dennis McConnell, Martin Day, and Peter Hooper there in the the Toyota Starlet. Going around the outside there, around the outside of Chris Graney. That was the 77 car. As we come up over turn 4 there, the big Ford Fairlane there, the 31 car, the 104 car, Calvin Bray there in the 31 RS 2000 Pinto-powered car. So it's got a Ford engine, but not the original motor. Winner of the HRVA Neville Hills Trophy in 2025 for the best presented Ford Escort. Go back there to the 64 car of Mark McGuinness. Big V8 power in that car.
How cool is that thing? Seeing it out there. Unfortunately, Mark had a little bit of a spin in the earlier race today in those wetter conditions, but the main thing is it's just great to see him have it out on track in those conditions that are not so suited to these cars. Seeing him use the car to the absolute maximum, being out there, getting it done, which is just fantastic to see. And the number 48 as well, sitting in behind. These guys are starting to come through the cars at the back. Oliver Cinch starting to put a few moves on.
Oh, look at the horsepower of the Mustang coming down the straight there.
It's all well and good having that horsepower as an Ronin, but you've got to get the car stopped at the end of the straight, and did a very, very good job of doing exactly that lap there for Mitch McStead.
Absolutely, and he sailed on past Cal Bray.
Oh, how's the three-wheeling for the 1-2-2?
Brett Tasker and the Datsun getting it up on 3 wheels there. That'd be a pretty cool feeling, especially the front wheel being the one in the air. As it does it again, and look at it here, almost pops a wheel.
One way to save tyres in a race, just get them off the ground.
Absolutely, and awesome little car, that. Beautiful colour as well in the yellow. If you look further on there, back behind him, he's got the 133 car, oh sorry, 131 car of Peter Dutson. BMW of Ian Brown there as well. So they're starting, some of the faster cars, they're starting to make their way through. Oh, actually, we've got a bonnet that's popped up there on the 77 car of Warwick Mortimer. So the Mark 1 Escort there being driven by Warwick. Unfortunately, something's going on there. Maybe the bonnet pins come out, or maybe it wasn't put in the first place, but not ideal for Warwick there.
No, not at all. And Warwick Mortimer, he's certainly done a lot of racing over the years and got a beautiful collection of cars back at home. It's 3 wide, as we can see the Mustang there on the grass on the right-hand side down into turn 11. That is not a spot where you want to be putting the grass. Doesn't look like much on screen, but Ron, you and I know that's certainly a bit of a moment when you drop your wheel on the right on the braking zone there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that can go wrong real fast, Andrew, and obviously they got through there all pretty cleanly and back into the groove, but yeah, definitely not a moment you want to be having multiple times in a race. But we see there Tim Stacey's still leading. He's got a 10-second lead over Matt Adams. The Alpha sort of Chris Brown comes across the line. So we see there Warwick's actually slowed down a bit now. That bonnet's really come up, and unfortunately, it actually looks like it might have really damaged it, because it's actually looks as though it's actually bent over there in the middle there of that bonnet, so it might have damaged one of the hinges as well at the back. So that's really disappointing for Warwick. So we see there the Datsun being driven by Brett Tasker, gets up on 3 wheels again. The car would just feel like it's floating in the front as we see it again up on 3. So cool seeing an array of Datsuns and Ford Escorts and all those cars that were so successful and so fast and popular back in the 1970s having a play and being driven in anger as well by all their very proud drivers and owners.
I'll tell you what, I know it's early, but as we see there, Warwick coming to the pit lane there, he's yelling out, get my bonnet fixed, get me back out on track.
Seeing if he can get a hand from one of the Castrol Tour de Formula Regional Oceania Trophy teams. Get that bonnet back in one piece so he can get back out there and hopefully not lose a lap either.
Tim Stay still leads this race to this point. I'll tell you what, I reckon he's been hiding a bit of pace in that car, because Tim, he's doing a fantastic job. He's still 9 seconds in the lead of this race. But there is a looming pack of cars that are starting to close the gap at the moment to all the cars that are up in front. This is where it gets really difficult. Yes, you've got the speed to make it to the front, but it is so hard when you're battling away with all these other cars on track. As we see there's
Oliver Cinch in the 33. As we see there, the team, one of the teams shout out to the Castrol Tour de Formula Regional Oceania Trophy Series for giving Warwick Mortimer a hand with his Mark 1 Escort as he got back out there, but a race tape on the bonnet and he's good to go.
Best part is he didn't even lose a lap, so he's able to charge on and try to stay ahead of Tim Stace there.
And Oliver Sench down the inside there, about 2 or 3 cars as he's rounding turn 1 there in the Timex Escort. That car has been one of the pace setters all weekend. Seriously quick little Mark 1 as he goes up through turn 3 there.
Sideways between the big bangers.
Big V8s, both got PDL on the doors there. Leon Hallett and Mitch Mexted in the Firebird and the Mustang put the power down of those 2 cars. A couple of 1970s Detroit muscle built cars, and Oliver Sench, he's already up to the back of them there in the little Timex car, and he's already giving Mitch Mexted a hard time.
At the same time, though, these are going to be 2 of the harder. Well, just as I say that, around he goes.
Look at
Makes
that.
it super easy. Gets 1. Nearly gets a second one. I was about to say this is going to be the 2 of the harder cars to pass, just the amount of power they got in a straight line. But Oliver Sench making quick work of those 2. Oh, again, Mexted look to go to the right-hand side. He's been on the grass there once already. And look at Calbray there in the background. He's starting to come through as well.
It's one of those things. It's a trade-off we've talked about all weekend in this class. You can have the high horsepower in a car like the Mustang or the Firebird or whatnot, but these little cars, the Escorts, the Datsuns, they're so lightweight, they're so small, low center of gravities. That can also make a huge difference. Even if you don't quite have the horsepower numbers of a bigger Mustang or a Camaro or Firebird, being light and nimble and having that advantage can play a big part, especially around a technical track like Taupo Motorsport Park.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to beat a good Escort, that is for sure.
Andrew Waite, comment of the day. But going back to the battle there at the front, Calbray going around the outside of Matt Adams, so too Shane Merland coming over turn 2, up over turn 3. Adams there, he's just starting to fall back a little bit there in the BMW, the 2002. Tim Stace is still in the lead, and he's got a 6-second margin over Oliver Sench, so that's going to be the big question. Can Tim Stace hold on for 1.5 more laps over Oliver Sench?
Well, I've been watching it. He's certainly, there's a lot more attitude on that car of Tim Stace's in this race. It's like he's saved it for this last one. He knows there is a good chance, but that gap is certainly started. There's all sorts of battles going on and behind. Very, very quickly, there goes Oliver Sench, rounds up Tim Stace.
That answers that question.
Nice and easy for him in the end as Oliver Sench there. He's sideways out of turn 11 there. He's done the hard work. He's got that Escort up to the front of the field and now starting to be able to relax a little bit more now as he's got through cleanly as well. And that's one great thing about Oliver Sench. He's out there racing these older cars against drivers that have been around for a long time, and he's just a young fella, but he's been very, very respectful with his driving, respectful with the car, so it's great to see him doing just that. As they start receiving the last lap board of this race. Oliver Sench, we know it's going to be nice and easy for him from here, but then the cars in behind are still fighting for position in behind.
Mitch Mexted's now moved up into 2nd place. Shane Merland into the top 3. So some of these faster cars have really started to make their way through and starting to fill those top few positions. Tim Stacey still managing to stay in 4th there in the Mark II Jag. Calbray there in 5th. Matt Adams, he's been passed by Ian Brown on the 68 car as they make their way up towards turn 5. Comes Mexted and Merland. That Ford Escort of Shane Merland. It's one of the fastest cars here in this class. It's seriously good in all respects. Down the straights, around the corners, under brakes. It's been a seriously hard car to beat as we see him coming up over turn 8, now towards turn 9. Is he going to be able to get Mitch Mexted before the end of the race? Warwick Mortimer there obviously had those issues with the bonnet earlier on, so he's now got Oliver Sench in the mirrors, our race leader. As we see here, Merlin now, he's going to try and go around the outside. He thought better of it. Now onto the front straight. The Mustang puts the power down.
Both of them sideways. Going to be very, very hard for that 40 skilled one behind there to be able to close the gap now, as we can see the Mustang with all the power. He's going to try and round up the car in front of him. And that's Warwick Mortimer there, obviously recovering from his issues earlier on in the race. Had to come in for a bit of a bonnet fix-up, but Oliver Cinch sideways through the last corner to take the win in race number 4.
A few happy campers there in the crowd watching Oliver Cinch take that victory. So we see the rest of the field coming down. Martin Day there in the 01 car. Leon Hallett's ahead of this pack here with Chris Graney there in behind in the 49. Matt Adams there in the 12. Coming across the line, there's going to be a big gaggle of cars. Pretty close there between Hallett and Graney. Hallett just held on. Mark McGuinness comes across the line there in the 64 car.
McGuinness here, he's had a little bit of smoke coming out of his car as we saw him go across the start-finish line, so hopefully nothing too terminal for that one.
Great way to round off the weekend here for the HRVA historic class, race 4 of 4. So we look at the results. Oliver Cinch took the victory in the Timex Escort there to the tune of 3.1 seconds over Mitch Mexted in the PDL Mustang. Shane Merlin there in the 121 Mark 1 Escort there in 3rd. Cal Bray in 4th. Tim Stace managed to hold on for 5th. Ian Brown there in 6th and Leon Hallett in 8th. Jonathan Hogg there in 11th in that CSL-inspired BMW. Martin Day there in 12th. Derek Cecil in 13th. David Thompson in 14th. Jaden Carrick rounding out the top 15. Carl Cinch there in 21st in the Capri. Dennis McConnell there in 22nd in the Escort. So we look at the highlights. Tim Stace kicked us off in the Mark II Jag. Took the New Zealand flag first. As the rest of the field waited eagerly to get going. Look at the body roll of the Jag.
Pushing that thing on super hard. He was his best opportunity for a race win, but wasn't able to quite make it work. So everyone else got underway for the race. And there's plenty of three-wheeling action going on out there for the Datsun. Having plenty of fun there as Tasker.
Unfortunately, that bonnet issue for Warwick Mortimer there in the 77 didn't look so bad there, but as he went onto the straight in the air, got under it, started to flap up a bit. As we see there, Mitch Mexted on the grass, passing the 55 car and the 54 car, and then Oliver Cinch showed them how it was done around the outside of Mitch Mexted there at turn 8. And this is the race lead change, the moment of the race, as the Timex Escort took the lead and never looked back. Mitch Mexted stretched the legs there on the orange Mustang, took the second place off Tim Stace, and Shane Merlin wasn't too far behind. That's what you were talking about there, Andrew, the smoke coming off the back of the 64 car. Hopefully not too bad for Mark McGuinness, but big slide across the line to take race 4 in style for Oliver Cinch. The guys pull up there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. We'll wait for them to exit the vehicles. As we see there, Shane Merlin pulling up as well. Been a very consistent weekend for him. He's been seen that 121 Escort in the top 3 for most of the weekend.
Oliver Cinch, a busy boy this weekend. He's got the historic Grand Prix coming up later on today. He'll be competing in that in a former Atlanta car. But what a way to finish off his time in the HRVA race number 4.
Walking around, going over to see Mitch Mexted there in the second place. Great race between those guys. And we're going to head down to Rihanna down in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane to catch up with our drivers.
He's been a familiar face this weekend in the Allied Petroleum Victory Lane Race 4, or the HRVA historic race, the handicap race of the weekend. But Oliver Cinch, congratulations once again, getting the job done.
Thanks. It's definitely the hardest race I've had in a while. Yeah.
Tell me about the challenges that you faced in that one.
Oh, it's I didn't expect it to be so hard just to get past everyone. It's pretty slippery out there, and the tyres are definitely past their best by date. So yeah, it's a bit sideways, but oh well.
We enjoyed it, watching on all the passes that you had to do out there. Congratulations, Oliver Cinch, and taking in second place in the big bad Mustang. It's Mitch Mexted. Congratulations, Mitch. Hard-fought race out there.
Yeah, it's good fun. It's a bit slippery.
It seems like a common theme amongst the drivers. Pretty tough conditions.
Yeah, very hard to keep Ollie from getting past you.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Thank you so much, Mitch. And rounding out our podium, he's been a familiar face all weekend long. Congratulations, Shane Marland, once again here in the podium spots. How's your weekend been?
Oh, it's been fantastic, really has. You know, enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Big cheers from the crowd that has gathered here at Allied Petroleum Victory Lane for all of our drivers.
It is time now, on that note, for the podium for race 4 of the HRVA Historic Saloons. And we are thrilled to have with us today to present the trophies Mr. Alan Boyle. And those that follow the sport closely will remember him famously racing the Coke Viva in the 1960s. A very successful saloon racer here in New Zealand in his own right. We'll get Alan to grab that third place trophy there if we can and deliver it now today. Third place to Shane Marland. Make some noise, everybody.
What's your weekend? You done bloody good.
Shane, come and take your spot here up on the podium, Shane. Thank you very much for doing that. We'll do a handover here as well. I think we'll get Alan to grab the second place trophy in a moment. We're just helping Shane up onto the podium there. Let's grab the second place trophy and give that to Alan as well if we can. Let's deliver our second place trophy now. How about putting your hands together for Mitch Mexted? And we have both a winner's trophy and a very special wreath. So let's bring the trophy over and give that to Alan so that we're set to go there. Ladies and gentlemen, for the HRVA Historic Saloons, your winner here at Taupo, Oliver Sench. Trophy beautifully delivered. And we'll put that special winner's laurel wreath on. Alan, drivers, if we can get you to face the media there for a photo, that would be lovely. Nice and smiley, everyone. Pretty special moment here for the class. Drivers, just one thing remains. There is some champagne at your feet. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your HRVA Historic Saloons podium here in Taupo. We're going to grab a quick break here in our coverage. Still a huge amount to come your way here this afternoon, live with the Repco NextGen NZ Championship.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an actual Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
historic GP, with thanks to our mates at the Giltrap Group, has been a feast of the senses this weekend. So much to see and do, and really something for everyone. Unfortunately for Stephen Armstrong's Mazda RX-7, it's -1 wheel on the formation lap for the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars New Zealand race. It has parted ways on the first of 2 formation laps. Richard Crowell and Ronan Murphy with you this afternoon. This is a suboptimal start to Stephen's race and a very early end.
It certainly is, Richard Crowell. I'm not sure what that is hanging off the back there of that RX-7, but hopefully it's all okay.
Thanks to Cream Insurance. The Cream Insurance car starts this one from pole position. Mark Mallard will start alongside Paul McCarthy in the Mazda Zetos, which is a cool car. We'll tell you more about that as the race goes on. Martin Irvine and Mike Eadie off the second row of the grid. Then it's Stephen Armstrong and Wayne Stables in a replica Dick Johnson Racing Ford Sierra RS500. Gareth Hogg and Ron Finlay are next. Grant Lee, the awesome IMSA 280ZX. Then Clive Matthews in a similar Datto just behind. The big story, though, unfortunately, we're missing Graham Cameron, who was in the ex-Zaxpeed BMW M3, which is a massive shame. There was contact in the race earlier today. Unfortunately, that car has been unable to take the starter. This is a big shame, too, because this beautiful, beautiful Alan Moffat tribute Mazda RX-7 from that iconic Group C era of Australian touring car racing from the early 1980s up to 1984. This is what happened on the formation lap.
Yeah, it looks like the left front's not looking very happy there, and gets further around. Sort of, he's realised obviously that there's an issue. Would have been a big vibration in the front of that car, and then the wheel eventually, unfortunately, decided to part ways with the rest of the vehicle.
Massive shame. That car is beautiful, and it was appropriate that it be here this weekend, given the passing of the late Alan Moffat just a month ago in Australia. Massive shame, one of the legends of the sport on both sides of the Tasman, and indeed beyond that as well, was honoured with a state funeral in Melbourne, and that tribute car is utterly beautiful and faithful to how Alan Moffat's team, headed up by the legend Mick Webb and a bunch of very experienced motor racing types back in the day, ran that car. He will watch from the outside of turn 6 and 7 here at Taupo as we get set for a rolling start. And it's an NZ V8 on the left of screen. That's the Cream Insurance car driven by Mike Mallard. And on the outside is the 1993 Mazda Zetos Super Tourer from that iconic 2-litre Super Touring era in the 1990s. A couple of NZ BMWs behind, including a 6-time championship winning car for BMW Motorsport New Zealand driven by Mike Eadie. And we understand that they're going to get one more lap behind the safety car, and it's because the wheel nut, Ronan Murphy, has been found on the racetrack. So there's a little more cleanup that needs to occur before the start of this one.
Well, it's another chance for us to admire this awesome field of cars all in formation. Richard Crowell, it's great to see, and yeah, obviously Mark Mallard, as you said, will go off the pole position, and he's been the dominant force this weekend in the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars New Zealand class, and for this 4th and final race he will no doubt be in full form. And good to see Mike Eadie back out there in the number 5 car, the Cellnet car, which has got plenty of history. It was driven once upon a time by the likes of Brett Riley, Craig Baird, and run by the hugely successful International Motorsport, run by at the helm by Lyle Williamson. And as we look across there, Martin Irvine's BMW also alongside Mike Eadie. So cool to see heaps of BMWs out there, and they're always a front-running force in the Heritage Touring Car class. And looking further afield, see Wayne Stables in that 17 car. We've discussed this already. I could not believe that was a replica, and it looks very, very, very close as we see there a beautiful shot of that car going out of turn 7. Very, 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 very close. And there wouldn't be much to tell it apart from the genuine DJR cars.
Yeah, right down to the gold wheels with the engraved DJR, that iconic logo that the team still uses to this day. Involved a tribute car to the 1992 Bathurst 1000 runner-up finishing car, controversial runner-up finishing car. There are many in the Ford camp that to this day believe that Dick Johnson and John Bower should have won that race rather than Godzilla, the Nissan GTR driven by Jim Richards and Mark Scaife. But the red flag on lap 140 odd and in the rain, and that Nissan ultimately got the race win. Controversial stuff. Nevertheless, there's Paul McCarthy disappeared too in the Mazda, Ronan. He's right at the back of the field. So this extra little lap behind the safety car ahead of the rolling start, the Mazda's dropped right to the back here.
Something's obviously not right there, and the fact that he's dropped all the way to the back there. The car's still running under its own steam, but
he's not even holding on to the back of the field. So I wonder if there's been a mechanical on this car. He had a DNF yesterday as well. Regardless, a field that has been reduced in numbers over the course of the weekend. Unfortunately, some of these cars can be quite fragile. We're missing Andre Mortimer's ex-Neil Allport rally car, Ford Sierra, that is also a non-starter in today's racing. The Mazda limping right at the back of the field. We'll try and get to the bottom of that for you. Mark Mallard is 3 for 3 so far. He is having a whale of a time here at Taupo, thoroughly enjoying his racing. And all of a sudden, Martin Irvine, he's in car number 32 on the left, and Mike Eadie have a clear shot at the front row. Away we go. Final race in the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars here at Taupo.
Down the inside there, Mike Eadie on Martin Irvine. He almost looked like there was a bit of contact, not quite, but the BMWs are going at it towards turn 2 there. 32 car versus the number 5 car. And that car of Eadie's was blisteringly fast in those wet conditions, which we know, although it's probably got a little bit less horsepower under the hood than some of these other cars in the wet, it really comes into its own. And as we look there, the 33 car of Grant Lee, that awesome Datsun, in a beautiful factory Datsun sort of style livery, almost reminiscent of the IMSA days. Ahead of him there, the 48 car Clive Matthews in the BRE Datsun racing livery.
The number 33 was synonymous with that squad in IMSA competition, GTU competition, and that car in particular is a tribute to a very well-known car that the great Paul Newman, the actor and race car driver, drove in IMSA competition in his racing career. Newman later on would go to co-own Newman Haas Racing, the famous IndyCar team that Nigel Mansell won a championship for, Sebastian Bourdais, among others.
Yeah, back in those days, it was the Bourdais show in the mid-2000s in the kart World Series and Champ Car. He was, I remember growing up watching that and remembering that synonymous McDonald's car with the number 1 plastered on the front of it. But going back to it there, we see these guys, Grant Lee, Ron Finlay, Clive Matthews, having a great battle there between them.
Clive's car is a tribute to another iconic US Datsun outfit from the 1970s in BRE, which was Brock Racing Engineering, which wasn't the Brock as in our Brock from this part of the world. It was the Brock as in Peter Brock, who was a very well-known race car driver and journalist and engineer and team owner, among all sorts of things. And this is a tribute to his famous team with those iconic blue and red Nissan stripes on the front.
It was the American version of Peter Brock, but his name was actually Peter Brock.
Correct.
So it's exactly right. Those BRE Datsuns back in the day were super iconic, and they've still got a cult following even to this day. And you see a lot of 510 Bluebirds and Datsun 240Zs and 260Zs painted up in those liveries, as we see there on the track. And that Budweiser livery on that 33 car is seriously cool as well, though. And back in the day and even into today, Nissan obviously as a brand very proud of their heritage and of all those old racing cars, and it's great to see the same here in New Zealand. Lots of love and support of those programs from back in the day.
Runs a 2.9 litre inline 6 with triple 48 Webbers on it, so it's cheap to run on 98 premium fuel, about 280 horsepower. So it's got plenty of grunt. Remember when the Nissans were in the Supercars Championship and they rolled out a heritage livery for Michael Caruso with that factory Nissan livery with the blue stripes that hark back to the George Fury Bluebirds of the Group C era in 1980s. It's just iconic colours. It's a brand Nissan and Datsun with so much racing heritage. And this is a good battle, these two cars. Just in behind them is Ron Finlay, who's having a fight with this as well, and then Zachary Lawrence rounding out the field. And Paul McCarthy, by the way, did pull into pit lane at the start of this race in the Mazda Zedos, which is a massive shame because he has been wheeling that thing really well this weekend. It's been the second or third quickest car all weekend long. Just come back from some racing in the UK. It was at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. The car raced with success by Patrick Watts in the British Touring Car Championship Mark Mallard leads, though. 3 seconds his leading margin over Martin Irvine and Mike Eadie.
Yeah, Mark Mallard there with a 1 minute 40 dead. Martin Irvine did a 1 minute 40.9, so they're in the same bracket in terms of seconds, but yeah, a little bit more time Martin would have to find to be able to chase down Mark, but Mark's been in control all weekend of this class so far and been driving that NZV8 really, really well. Consistent, nice, fast, consistent lap times in it. So we see there the 17 car, Wayne Stables, and I was going to make a point before, Richard, like when you see a replica of a genuine car, generally one of the biggest giveaways, and you'd probably agree, is the wheels. You see a car, it's got the right livery, even the right body kit, but usually will have the wrong wheels of some sort on it because it, trying to source a genuine BBS or a genuine, Enki wheel or whatever it is for a car is usually super hard to find. But on this car, it's got a genuine set of DJR Sierra rims. So when you see it, it's virtually almost impossible to tell the difference.
And right down, and you can just see it through the window there, down to the signage on the dash that they ran for it was Channel 7 back in the day, the in-car cameras, famous race cam. Dick Johnson was awesome on race cam. That was part of the reason he was so popular in that 1980s era. It's a beautifully presented car, and it's so cool to see it out on the racetrack, a loving tribute to a really interesting era of Australian touring car racing, and one that delivered a lot of success to Dick Johnson and John Bowe and that team once they got a handle on them after 1987, which was a pretty tough year when the Sierra came into competition, 88, 89, and then into 90 when the Nissan started to dominate the Australian Touring Car Championship. But they were a fire-breathing car, close to 600 horsepower from turbocharged inline 4, massive amounts of turbo lag. Screech of tyres, and off and around goes the Dado, Grant Lee.
Unfortunate there for Grant Lee. Something's obviously happened. He's having a great battle with the other Datsun out there of Clive Matthews, so maybe potentially some contact. We'll have to wait and see if we can grab a replay of that one, but unfortunate for Grant Lee, and he's managed to get himself going again, thankfully. It doesn't look like there's any damage on that car either, so hopefully he's come away with that unscathed, then he can push on and try and catch back up to the pack there. Zachary Lawrence ahead of him up the road. We see a replay. Coming down the front straight, and the 48 car looks like he's just done it alone, unfortunately. The 33 car of Grant Lee, so he's obviously maybe just gone into turn one a little bit too hot, and unfortunately come out the other side of turn one a few positions back on where he was going.
Some cool cars in this field and some really interesting, genuine pieces of especially New Zealand motorsport heritage as well, including the car that's currently running in third position, Mike Eadie, which is a 6-time championship winning car in the New Zealand Touring Car Championship from 1994 onwards right up through to the year 2000. An amazing era. Interesting era for New Zealand touring cars. Ran their own, Schedule S was kind of their own set of regulations over here. Obviously didn't go the full-blown super touring pathway on account of them being ridiculously expensive to run those cars, but that Schedule S era, it put some big names on the stage. It gave Craig Baird the opportunity to come to Australia and drive the Diet Coke cars for Paul Morris's team and Frank Gardner back in the day, which of course helped project Beardo into supercars competition, of course, where he remains to this day, racing as the driver standards chief for the Repco Supercars Championship. So it was a fascinating era. Jason Richards made his mark in that category as well, and was another one that came across the ditch and performed so well in supercars. Brent Riley was another winner in that car in particular. So it's nice to see that heritage retain. I had the fortune to go through IMS last year, Ronan, which was unbelievable, and had Nick Williamson took me for the tour and then sat down and had a glass of some local produce with Lyle at the end of the day, which was just terrific. And the stories and the trophies and everything that's in there, the heritage of the sport, well looked after in this corner of the world. Very, very cool to see.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about New Zealand motorsport and New Zealand car culture in general. Just so many passionate people with so much love and passion for not only the sport but just cars in general. And we're very, very lucky here in New Zealand, and very lucky here this weekend at the Giltrap Group Taupo Historic GP to be able to see not only some of these cars in action, but also out in the car park and around the place. You know, there's been some, even some cars I've had to stop and take photos of because they're just too cool not to have in your photos on your phone, because yeah, certainly some cars you don't see very often and you don't get to look at up and nice and close, and it's just been really cool this weekend to see some of those. We saw some of them also go and do some displays on the track as well. Some very lucky to see a Pagani Huayra and a McLaren Speedtail. Never seen one of those in either of those cars in person, so very cool to not only see them but watch them go around the track in anger.
That Speedtail is ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, the Huayra is an unbelievable bit of engineering. The Speedtail, it's wild. There's some remarkable cars here. It's incredible to see. The fact that a lot of them driven down from Auckland or up from Wellington to experience the weekend. The Eurocar Corral here it's a moving motor show. It's pretty impressive as the two Dados continue on. It's Clive Matthews. A bit of damage on the front corner of that car.
Yeah, there does look to be a little bit of damage on the front of the 48 there. The headlight cover, one of the left side headlight cover there looks to be dangling off the front of the car, so hopefully it can manage to stay attached to the car for 2 more laps, and Clive Matthews can get to the end and still have a headlight cover that he can reattach, because yeah, to be honest, any parts for these kind of cars, but you know, Datsun 240Z, I wouldn't want to be trying to hunt down a headlight cover for a Datsun 240Z.
No, I don't imagine they'd grow on trees, though it wouldn't surprise me if there's not an online shop these days for really nice reproduction bits and pieces for them, especially the market in the United States. Often a car you associate with US motorsport, but the sports car racing scene over there right now is incredible. But in the 60s, 70s and 80s, the Rolex 24 at Daytona and the Sebring 12 Hour and the IMSA competition as well was super strong, and a place where outside of NASCAR and IndyCar at the time, which were the 2 big categories, where other brands like Datsun could become involved.
Yeah, and IMSA in that period really started to grow, and we got into the 90s and we saw the likes of Nissan with the factory GTP ZX turbos, and even Dan Gurney's All-American Races were running, or All-American Eagles were running the Toyota factory Toyota program as well, and those cars were incredibly dominant during that period, winning the likes of the Daytona 24-hour and the Sebring 12-hour and all the other really famous races over in America. So yeah, the Japanese manufacturers actually grew and grew and grew, and their investment in American motor racing just continued to grow throughout the 70s and peaked during the 80s and the 90s, and we got to see some incredible cars developed and produced and racing during that time. Well, when I say we, I wasn't born at that time, but I've watched plenty of videos and love the history of all motorsport around the world, and particularly those sort of sports car Group C prototype IMSA style cars. They were something else, and seriously cool when you get a chance to see them. But we go back to the front there, and Mark Mallard still leading the way in the Cream Insurance Ford Falcon, the ex-New Zealand V8 car driven by Tim Edgell. Obviously, it's got a family connection there for Mark, and he's loved his time driving that car and racing it, and being able to get behind the wheel himself of that car. It's got some rich history and plenty of success back in the day when it was campaigned in the New Zealand V8 series.
Started life as an AU Falcon and was progressively upgraded to the current BF spec, which is sort of the end of that NZ V8 era at the end there against the VZ Commodores. Cool looking car that had some results at Manfield, where it had a win, which was Tim's first NZ V8 round win in 2011, and top 5 finishes at Invercargill as well. So it's a car with great heritage, but it's got close significance to the driver at the moment, and Mark Mallard's going to come out the final corner, and he is going to sweep the weekend in the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring cars with a bit of excitement at the final corner. Well done, Mark Mallard. Cream Insurance car is the cream of the crop here this weekend. What a performance it's been.
That was a pretty cool power slide by Mark across the line there to take the win, and Martin Irvine, Mike Eddy rounds out the top 3 there in the XIMS BMW 325i. Coming up round, turn 7. Still in a battle for that 5th place is Ron Finlay and Grant Lee. Gareth Hogg's managed to get away a bit in the number 3, the Red Bull liveried BMW.
Ron's in the 1970 Ford Capri, basically in Piranha spec with the V8 under the bonnet, which was a unique combination that sort of only really happened in South Africa of all the places, but they've sort of emerged around the world over the journey. Cool car.
The Ford Capri was obviously a smaller, lighter weight version or sports car built by Ford, and then, yeah, some crazy people around the world, particularly, as you said, in South Africa, decided, let's put a V8 in it and see what happens, and the Ford Capri Piranha was born. As it comes back down the back straight there, looks awesome with that rear ducktail wing. And he had the number plate Piranha on it, so we can definitely see what the idea behind that car was.
Yeah, love it. Out the final corner they go, and he's going to get the top 5 out of this. Although it's going to be quite close with the Datsun just behind. 5th and 6th across the line, just a 10th between them. Good finish in the Heritage Touring Cars, and Mark Mallard is the winner of the weekend. 4 wins from 4 starts. He beats home Martin Irvine and Mike Eadie in that NZ Touring Car Championship winning car. The BMW 320i completes the top 3 with Gareth Hogg and Ron Finlay next. Thanks to Giltrap Group, we're at the Taupo Historic GP. And these are the highlights for the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars New Zealand. From the start, basically, it was all she wrote for Mark Mallard.
Yeah, Mark pulled out a lead and never looked back after that first corner there. Krause, and we go there and see Martin Irvine and Mike Eadie going at it in those BMWs. Great battle there in the 48 car between Clive Matthews and Zachary Lawrence in the BMW. Having good fun out there. And then we saw a spin from Grant Lee. Not ideal for him, but he got going again. Coming down the back straight there. There's the Datsuns together. So cool seeing those 2 cars on track, trading blows. But a little bit of TLC maybe needed for the 48 car with that headlight cover coming off. But Mark Mallard, he was uncontested, untouched. Big power slide across the line. Perfect way to end the weekend in the Cream Insurance NZV8 Falcon.
Good racing, and his interviews have been top class this weekend. So there's no pressure to continue that down in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. A good weekend. Congratulations to all the team at Heritage Touring Cars New Zealand for putting on the show as what is a packed program for historic touring car racing here in New Zealand coming up. Mark Mallard's found his way down to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. He'll be talking to Ree.
Our final race for the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars here in New Zealand. He's got a smile, as he always does here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Mark Mallard, clean sweep, finished it off with a beautiful power slide to get us through to the checkered flag. I mean, I know how much you love racing, but this has been a special one for you.
Yeah, real special, and the accountant wouldn't give me new rear tyres, so I decided to make sure they were dead so I don't get those ones back, because I didn't enjoy them in that race, so I made sure they will not come back to me. But we had a great time. I got to actually thank NextGen, because what a performance they put on, and I got to challenge South Island to get out, because we're seeing the best drivers in the world, the future. The guy last year who won the championship in CT Frock is in Formula One. So if you watch Netflix Drive to Survive, go and see these people in person, because this is the best racing. I support the MTech team. We've got 3 Kiwi drivers that are showing the way. So South Island, you say you show up for sports, let's see it, because the North Island's done it so far.
We could not have said it better ourselves. Congratulations, Mark Mallard. We love having you here. I know the celebrations will be great on the podium, taking out that second place. Martin Irvine, you've had a wonderful weekend, Marty. Tell me about it.
I've had a great weekend, from having to drive back to Auckland to fix a clutch on Friday night and back down, and yeah, the car's just gone superb. It's just, yeah, had a really great weekend.
We love that you're having fun. Congratulations. Enjoy those celebrations with your friends and family on the podium. And rounding out our 4th and final race for the weekend, Mike Eadie. That is a fabulous suit to go with a fabulous car. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's been a tough weekend, to be fair. We had a little ding in the first race this morning. So the boys have done really well to fix the car. So I was just happy to be out there. But yeah, no, it's a great car, and you know, it's kind of retro livery, so it's all good.
We absolutely love it. Enjoy those celebrations on the podium. Our 3 winners for the final race here for the Arrow Wheels Heritage Touring Cars.
So on that note, let us launch into the podium for race 4 of the Arrow Wheels historic touring cars here in New Zealand. Now, thanks to Karina Andrews, too, the race secretary for the NextGen NZ Championship, who's been delivering the sashes and will deliver the winner's wreath as well. In third place here today, ladies and gentlemen, for the weekend, how about it in the BMW, Mike Eadie? Now to welcome second place to the podium, also in a BMW, happy to be there too, Martin Irvine. And your race winner and newly crowned Tourism Minister for the North Island in the Cream Insurance Falcon, Mark Mallard. That, ladies and gentlemen, is your Arrow Wheels Historic Touring Cars New Zealand podium. Time to celebrate there, boys. They're underway. We're going to grab a break. I'll duck away from the champagne. We're back with more live from Taupo in just a few moments.
At Repco, we get what gets you going. Because while you told her it would be loud, you forgot to mention how it feels. Repco gets you going.
Wait, is this an ad for Toyota? Look, Toyotas, all of them. You got a Farmer and a Hilux, a Hi-Ace, Highlander, RAV4, GR86, and even a hydrogen car. You got the All Blacks and Black Ferns in a Prado. A happy family in an electric vehicle. And a happy Dame Lisa Carrington carrying a kayak. So now do you think it's a Toyota ad?
Nah, it's just New Zealand.
What's with the music thing?
For the 4th time this season, we get ready for this incredible championship to launch into Taupo. We don't know what is to come over 23 laps of this terrific little racetrack. We're just 5 minutes outside the township and away from the lake itself. It's an amazing place to go motor racing. So much to see and do outside of the motorsport. If you're members of our broadcast team, that can include being chucked out of an aircraft and parachuting down to earth, being chucked off a bridge and bungee jumping down to a river, or swinging off a bridge down towards a river. They've done it all this weekend, but that's barely scratching the surface. There's so much. It's a beautiful part of the world. Highly recommended you get here after this weekend. Book your tickets for the Repco Supercars Championship, why don't you, in April this year. Here's the circuit. 14 corners. It has produced 3 cracking races so far in Castrol, Toyota, Formula Regional, Oceania. Richard Crowe, Andrew Waite and Matt Payne with you in the commentary box for this one. The Denny Holm Memorial Trophy Race. It's a feature. It's 5 laps longer, gentlemen, than the races we've seen so far. Tyres have been a big talking point, Waity, in the races so far. And we've got a couple of surprise names at the front of the grid. This is all scripted beautifully for us.
Yeah, it's such a tough weekend for these guys. There's so much going on with the way that the weekend evolves between the qualifying for yesterday's race, getting the fastest laps for race 3, the reverse grid race in race 2, and then now this one is done off qualifying from this morning. It was wet in qualifying this morning, just to throw another cat amongst the pigeons, and come out on top of that was Jack Taylor. So fantastic lap by him, and Ryan would be starting on the front row with him.
And Matt Payne, he hadn't qualified better than 12th so far this season. So in wet weather conditions in qualifying for the feature race, we talked about the fact that it was an opportunity to capitalise on different conditions. 17-year-old did the job.
Absolutely. He put together a ripper lap right at the end of that qualifying session. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this race evolves, if he can get a really good start and can he hang on to the lead in this race.
He's going to have Ryan Wood alongside him. I'd like your comments. He's a supercars rival of yours full-time in your day job, but I know he's a mate as well. So he's been doing an awesome job this weekend.
Absolutely. He's taken to these cars like a duck to water, honestly. I knew that was going to happen. He's a good driver. He's proved himself over in Australia. So as long as he can get off the line, I think he's going to have a good race. But we'll go down to Rusty on the grid.
Matt, thank you. We are with proud owner of Taupo International Motorsport Park, a racer himself this weekend, and of course, he's very proud to be the custodian of the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Tony, welcome. We've got a bit of news ahead of the Ascot Park Hotel Teretonga International, the next stop on the tour in 1 week's time. We're going to bring some supercars out to play. Is this true?
It is true. It's the first time ever they've been south of Christ. I don't know, in the South Island. Yeah,
we're getting verification here.
Yeah, sorry. It'll be the first. Anyway, it's going to be a bit of a battle between Mustang and Camaro. Ryan's going to be driving the Mustang, I believe.
His old Walkinshaw Mustang, which is great that we've got permission to do that. And you are going to pull a Bathurst winner out of the museum, is that right?
100%. I'm going to bring the fast Camaro to Teretonga, and we're going to duke it out.
Okay.
There's a score to settle.
Is there?
But there's not a score to settle. That's all been settled. It's all good. Everybody's friendly. It's no problem. And we're just going to have some fun.
This has been about people coming to motor racing at Hampton Downs, and here we've had fantastic crowds, and getting them involved in motor racing in all sorts of ways. Is it, as I understand, that you're going to put some passengers in these cars too? Is this true?
Well, I don't know. I think we're going to the mental hospital to get some people.
They're good people.
They're good people, but they'd have to be crazy to do it. But yeah, look, it's all about fun. It's all about, there's racing for sure. There's championships. But the people want to see some fun too. So, and we're pretty good at providing that, especially me and Ryan. There'll be more banter to come.
We love the banter. We love what you're doing with the championship. Thank you for the support of that. Can't wait to see those 2 cool cars on track in a week's time. Let's go to Rihanna.
This is a very cool story. Young Australian Jack Taylor will start this final race out of position number 1. Jack, it was a really tough outing for you at Hampton Downs, but what a way to start this one.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the last feature race I was a bit sick, so I didn't start it, but I'm very glad to be starting on pole this time, and I'm excited to see what I can do.
What a ripper lap you pulled out in the wet earlier today to set that time. Very different conditions now, though. How do you see this playing out?
I think it's going to be hard. Obviously, the guys behind me are very quick. I've got new tyres in this race, which will help. But yeah, it's just going to be trying to defend, and hopefully the people behind me battle a bit, and I can try and get away. But yeah, we'll just see what happens. Yeah.
How different is the feeling when you're sitting on pole position and you've got beautiful, clean track ahead of you?
It's a lot more nerve-wracking during the waiting time, but obviously, yeah, it's nice that you got clean air.
Thanks, Jack. Appreciate your time. Good luck.
That's all right. Thank you.
The international flavour we have this year and the variety amongst the competitors at each round so far has been remarkable. But one of the standout things from the high-tech team and the drivers that they have brought over is Kanato Lee. You're off a good grid position here, second row of the grid. What have we got for this final one?
Yeah, I think main goal is to win. I think it's possible. I think this time we're on the right strategy. So, starting second row is a good chance to get on the front.
I think that's been a big learning for everyone, just kind of getting the whole weekend strategy right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think obviously it was difficult yesterday. I think we made the wrong strategy, but nonetheless, I think we managed to get a good qualifying this morning, and I'm just going to try and redeem myself for it.
Good on you. Go get him, Kanato. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's been a wonderful weekend so far for this man, starting out of P6, James Wharton. James, great weekend. You've been on the podium, got that first victory, but I hear after this race we might lose you for the next weekend.
Yeah, this is going to be the last race until Highlands. Just got some commitments in F3 to do, but yeah, try and have some fun in this race. Do as much as I can. I'm not here for the championship, so try and do as best I can.
When you say not here for the championship, does that mean you attack these races differently? You just going for race wins?
Yeah, exactly. Like when I have the opportunities, I need to go for them. There's no point trying just to score points. So see what I can do. We have some people at the front that have had a bit lucky quali, so let's see what we can do.
Appreciate your time. Good luck.
Thank you.
Now, there has been a little bit of head shaking going on here by the MTech crew, just in relation to Louis Sharp's car. It looks like they've found, Tony, if we can come in here, just a couple of little marks of fluid, potentially of some kind, underneath his car on the grid here. Now, we're not sure whether it relates to Louis' car or from a prior race. MTech are saying that they think it's okay. Everyone's giving it the thumbs up here. So just a little scare for us a moment ago there. We are set to go. Feature race here at Taupo International Motorsport Park. What a lineup of cars and what a lineup in commentary. Richard Crail up there alongside Andrew Waite, and delighted to have the Bathurst winner here with us too, Matt Payne.
Yeah, well, as we pick this one up, getting ready and set here for the Denny Hulme Memorial, it's going to be a cracker. We've got Jack Taylor starting off the pole. He needs to get a good jump. It's going to be tough. A lot of pressure on for pole position.
We were slow picking that up as we were just discussing Louis Sharp's car there with that issue that they're talking about potential fluid under the front of it, and we'll certainly keep a close eye on that, because where that fluid is that we're talking about is right under the master cylinders for the brakes. So hopefully it's not from his car. Hopefully it is standing fluid from something else, but either way, they do a lot of work on these cars between races, so they would have potentially topped up the brake fluid or bled the brakes, which is a standard procedure a lot of the time. So hopefully that's been overfilled, or maybe the cap wasn't on properly. So either way, well, let's just keep a very, very close eye on that one. But you can see the team's giving their driver the thumbs up at the same time.
Jack Taylor is 17 years of age. He hails from Tasmania, and this is about as close as he's going to race to Australia all year long. A multiple race winner in GB4, which is basically British Formula 4 now, last season, and that would have helped explain a little bit the challenging conditions. But 15th in the championship, yet to finish better than 10th so far in the 7 races we've enjoyed in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional. So there's opportunity here, isn't there, to make his mark on this championship and have a real confidence boost running at the front with the fast guys.
Yeah, for sure. And when you can do that as well, when you run up the front with the fast guys, the racecraft is another level again. You're racing guys that are very smart about their driving, they're clean, they know how to race properly. So learning all that, it only elevates you as a driver.
Cars pull off for the formation lap for the Denny Hulme Memorial Trophy. This is a big one, celebrating New Zealand's only world champion. Here's the grid. Jack Taylor off a pole, as we've touched on. Ryan Wood from the outside of the front row. An opportunity to grab a second win this weekend, can continue his climb up the championship order. He's gone from outside the top 10 to 7th in the standings already. Yevon David and Kanato Lee next, then Louis Sharp and James Wharton, who's been super quick here. Yuan Pu Chui out of 7. He's having a racy day, the Chinese driver. Freddie Slater out of 8. Then Rivera and Nakamura out of 10th. High-tech car struggling a little bit this weekend. We'll come to that in a sec. Ugo Igachukwu, the championship leader. His championship lead has gone from 48 points to 28 in the span of one race. There's another point on that I'll make in just a second. Zach Schooler, who won so brilliantly this morning from 13th, has got a job to do. Calais Rovanpera starts behind him, down to Trevor Latourette in 18th position, and Sebastian Manson with a grid penalty for dramas earlier in the weekend starts this one out of 19th position. So as an indicator as how quickly this championship can chop and change, my friends, Ugo Igachukwu came into today leading by 48 points. The top 6 drivers are now covered by 48 points after race 3 of the weekend this morning. Very, very quick swing. You have one bad race, it's bad. You have 2, it's even worse. And he starts this one from outside the top 10, right in the middle of that danger zone of a CT front midfield.
And you sum that up perfectly, being the danger zone. That's where things can go wrong very, very quickly. And Zach Schooler as well. He's down in that sort of danger zone as well, where there's just so many cars all vying for position. So it's certainly a place where things can come unstuck very, very quickly.
There's a couple of drivers further up the grid than they've been this season. Jack Taylor, we've talked about. Yevon David, we've loved what we've seen from him this weekend. Matt Payne, he's been racy. He's got the fan club here. He's been right in the mix. So as it is for Jack Taylor, opportunity presents here for the Sri Lankan.
100%. He's been in just about every single battle I think we've seen on the TV. So he's given it his best shot. I think it's going to be a pretty entertaining start here. Hopefully the guys can get away nice and clean, and we'll see some good racing.
And tyres have been a talking point all weekend long, and we've been seeing people struggling. Lap 9, 10, 11 is where we really start to see these cars move around and start locking tyres. This race is a lot longer. There's more laps to do. So how early do you start focusing on the management of that to make sure you've got something to fight with at the end?
Basically, as soon as you leave the pit lane and as soon as you leave the starting grid, you want to be managing that. You've got to not try and get too caught up in getting a good start in the race and getting too caught away with battling people. But yeah, the boys are going to have to be focusing on that, and hopefully we can have a nice battle here at the start.
Stephen Giles from Giles Motorsport talks his young charge into pole position. Make sure he is as far forward in that grid box as he can legally be. 19 cars are on the grid. The halfway point already of the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Championship. This is a critical race from a championship point of view, with the leader buried in the midfield. New names and contenders are at the front. The Denny Holm Memorial Trophy race at Taupo is underway. It's a great start from Ryan Wood. Walks the thing off the line, leads comfortably into turn 1. Kanato Lee already on the outside, looking to buy in for a spot on the podium. Yevon David's in the mix as well. He slots in behind. Lee squeezes through into 2nd place. Jack Taylor back to 3rd. Louis Sharp's in there as well, battling out with David. They're side by side behind as well. Around the outside goes Freddie Slater. Another bold, adventurous opening lap in the 27 car. The young Brit charges forward once again.
Igachukwu there as well, on the outside, but side by side. Down into turn number 7. Freddie Slater getting the move done. On Yevon David there. Ryan Wood. Fantastic start for him in this one as well. It's certainly a longer race. I've got to think about these tyres a bit more. And really, even at this point of the race, for Ryan, you've got that little lead already. Oh, it's Louis Sharp doing the opposite, but gets the move done. So worth a little lock-up to try and get the move done early. But
that's aggressive.
Super, super tight on the exit. So both still on the track. So I think Race Control will have a little look at that one, but there was still room on the outside for Jack Taylor.
No push to pass on the opening lap of the race, so that is an organic pass. It's really busy behind. Louis Sharp's in the mix there. Freddie Slater trying to make moves. At one point, it looked like they were 3 wide, a little bit further back. It's Ryan Wood in front of Kanato Lee. This is big. Slater throws a massive block on the run down to turn 1. Yevon David, tail wagging on the 27 car, sliding around into the first corner. And Slater is going to hold on to that position. Behind them is James Wharton. Ugachuku up from 11th to 8th on the opening lap of the race. Once again, damage limitation, absolutely key for the championship leader in the early stages of this one. But gee, what a perfect start for Ryan Wood off the outside of the front row, but it's the gripped up side of the road. He walked the car off the line, perfect start.
Yeah, that was a really good start for Woody. He's probably been known not to get the best of starts as he walks it away, and it's a great run down into turn one. Kanato Lee actually got a really good jump on the outside, and it looks like Ryan was early at the start. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, Kanato Lee really around the outside being aggressive. Nice start from him.
And as a result, he's got 0.5 over Lee on the opening lap of the race. Best performance from the high-tech team so far this weekend, up into P2. Jin Nakamura back down in 10th position, just in behind Yuampu Chue, who was right in the mix throughout race 3 earlier on this morning. Cooper Shipman and Tremolo Tourette a little bit further back making moves. Sebastian Manson, having started last, already passing some cars and climbing up the order again.
So Ryan Wood's just done the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, just building that lead out, trying to build that lead out a little bit more, but Kanato Lee there, he's looking very, very fast at the same time.
Nolan Alla, that was, driving down to the inside of the start-finish straight to try and hold off Ernesto Rivera for 11th and 12th position. Ryan Wood, quickest lap of the race, 1 minute 23.8 out in front. He leads Kanato Lee and Louis Sharp in third.
I think Ryan's going to be pretty smart here and just hold the gap to Kanato just to manage that, and he doesn't need to try and pull away too far at the beginning of this race. He can just manage those tyres and then set himself up for a nice run to the finish.
Would you say at this point of the race, he's only 18ths ahead? Do you think that gap needs to grow just that little bit more to manage a bit more?
I don't think so, because if anything, you could probably back that up even more a little bit and put him in a little bit of dirty air and just overheat his front tyres a bit, and then he's really hurting. But as we've seen here with the push to pass, if you're close enough and you get it going, it's a pretty good move around the outside.
And just to add to that push to pass as well, we've seen drivers have 6 push to pass uses throughout the race. This is the feature race, so an extra 2 uses of the push to pass, taking it up to 8 throughout the race. And at this point of the race, Ryan will not be needing to use it. You're better to save them for as time goes on, in case there's either a safety car situation where things can bunch up again.
And this is what happened to James Wharton up at turn 11, which has been a bit of a bogey corner for several drivers. So he's off to some FIA Formula 3 testing and will miss Terratonga next weekend. That's just made this race even more challenging. The young Aussie back to 17th place, having run in the top 6 earlier on. Tough day. Let's not rule out Kanato Lee here. He is one of the more experienced regional drivers around. He's got a couple of starts at Macau, and he's won races in the Middle East Series as well. So he understands the car. Tyres probably slightly different, but he knows what it takes to manage a race in one of these cars. So it's a big challenge for the young man, originally from Tokyo, to chase down Ryan Wood and manage this race. And it's, again, like we've been talking about, opportunity is presenting for some of these drivers, especially from a championship point of view.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job, and another thing he's got to watch out for is he's actually got 2 M-Tech cars around him. So if Ryan plays the game a little bit, he could back him up and give Louis an opportunity to maybe put a move on him a bit later in the race.
Another thought about the tyre situation is we saw Ryan Wood in race 2 yesterday when it was a battle for fastest laps to set the grid for race 3 this morning. He dropped back a little bit into clean air, gave his tyres a lap or 2 to recover, and then went and belted out what was his fastest lap of the race to that point. So you can bring a tyre back if you're gentle on it early in the race. You can recover it as the race goes on.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. If you're nice enough to it at the start, it'll wear out nice and evenly, both front and rear. So that generally keeps the balance in check of the car, but you start wearing the rear tyre out too much, then it starts really oversteering. And that's what we've seen a lot of with the guys here, especially mid-corner to exit. We see them fighting the car quite a bit.
And when we're talking recovery of the tyre, what are you doing on those laps? Say if you've burnt up a bit of rear or a bit of front, what are you doing in the next few laps to try and look after and recover that tyre?
You're almost under-driving it on the exits, and you're trying to actually give yourself a bit of margin on the throttle, so you're not completely at the limit and the threshold of the tyre. So you actually feel like you're under driving and you're not going fast enough, but you're trying to be nice to it to try and bring it back, so it pays back dividends at the end of the race.
And that can even go for the start of the race as well. Like we see Woody there, he didn't go flying out the gate at the start of the race. He's just been nice and easy, because I bet he can look after that tyre early, the better off you are. As we see Ugo Chukwu there, he's up the inside of Evan David, makes up another position. That'll put him up into position number 6. So this is a great recovery so far for Ugo Chukwu.
Yeah, from outside the top 10 at the start. Awesome stuff. And now he's going to line his teammate up at turn 1, potentially. He was on the push to pass down the back straight, Ugo Chukwu. So I wonder if he might have just burnt a few early to get himself further up the grid. But that's pain you could probably cop early in the race, because it will pay off later with a bit of track position. Louis Sharp, quickest lap of the race, 1 minute 23.6 last time by. But Freddie Slater, in the meantime, has the championship leader. It was 24 points at the end of lap 4, but every position that Ugo Chukwu gets forward, that margin will creep back out. So this is excellent damage limitation from the 18-year-old. This is a compelling battle between two of the more exciting drivers on the grid at the moment, and that we've seen across the first 7 races of the season so far.
Freddie Slater under pressure, just been given a track limit warning at turn 9 as well. He's quite often been the first driver to be receiving those limits throughout the races, so certainly pressing on, and he'll be a bit frustrated seeing his teammate behind him already, but Ugo Chukwu is certainly using up those tyres at the moment, isn't he? Sideways out of turn 11, so Ugo Chukwu working super hard, but he'll have no chance this lap as, I'd say, a push to pass being used in behind by Shui.
So Slater was on the button coming out of the corner, using it to defend, to build a little bit of a margin over car number 4, which is a strategy we've seen them roll out at Hampton Downs and here at Taupo. The rapid learning that they've got to undertake. They can't use push to pass throughout practice or qualifying in the course of a weekend. They can use it on Thursday in the unofficial testing. They do a couple of half-hour sessions. But outside of that, you're learning on the fly. So it's been a bit of a process for everybody just to work out strengths and weaknesses of that extra 25 horsepower you get over a race, and where you can deploy it and where not to deploy it as well.
We actually saw in the last race that you can actually be a little bit clever with it, and if you see 2 people in front using it, you know they're not going to get it on the next lap. So you could actually end up maybe getting both of them, and we've seen a couple of 3 wides down the back straight, so makes for some pretty entertaining racing.
It certainly does, and Ugo Chukwu will know exactly that at this point, because up in front, Freddie Slater, he is not going to be able to use the push to pass out of turn 11, and Ugo Chukwu will know that. He knows he has Freddie Slater snookered here, so whether he goes for the button or not, he has. He's gone for the push to pass. Is it going to be enough? He knows that Slater is a bit of a sitting duck here, not able to use it, and up the inside, Ugo Chukwu up into position number 5. So this is a massive drive by him so far.
These are the drives, if he can complete and get a top 5 position at the end, these are the ones that at the end of a championship you look back on and go, this is what got me there in the end. This has been a mighty performance so far.
It's really these bad days that you want to turn into good days. Even something like you said, a top 5 or a top 4 will really claw him back some points. So he's doing a really good job at the moment. It's easy to feel like you're under pressure when you're starting a little bit further back, but he's had a really good start, and he's, like I said before, yesterday, he's been making the right choices at the right time. So yeah, good driving.
And those of you may be wondering why Freddie Slater didn't react with the button when Ugo Chukwu made the pass there. So there's a 100-second stand down, so that's over a lap. So he was unable to use it. He could have been trying all he wanted to press the button, but it would not have been acknowledging or would have been able to use it. And that's what allowed the pass to happen.
We talk about the fact that he's only 18 years of age, but he is genuinely one of the most experienced drivers on the grid. Macau Grand Prix winner last year, 2 podiums in FIA Formula 3, the third rung, I suppose, on the road to Formula 1 with F2 and Formula 1, the next stop on that climb. So he is hugely experienced. Sway is on the button. He is pushing hard and goes side by side now on the run down towards the final corner with Jin Nakamura holding off his line. So there was some push to pass involved. Couldn't get the move done though. Evan David still in front of them holding on. Freddie Slater, Ugo Chukwu has disappeared up the road. He's put 2 seconds on Slater already and set a purple first sector, which means quickest of the race so far on that first lap. He got himself into clean air.
Speaking of purples, Ryan Wood's just done the fastest lap of the race. Kind of gives you that feeling that he's got more in the tank that he's showing at the moment. He's pulled that gap out to 1.4 seconds. He's just looking after those tyres. Louis Sharp's looking super fast as well. He's done a 23.3, but Kanato Lee certainly doing a good job there. At the moment, he's not making it easy for Ryan, but at the same time, as we're starting to discover here with Ryan's pace, that he's looking after these tyres. He's done a lot of racing here, so and over time as well, Matt, you do these longer races, you start gaining that confidence and patience for not pushing on, even though you feel like you want to.
Oh, it's one of the hardest things to learn. Oh, we've got a car off here.
Oh, Slater.
Slater's made a mistake. That's unfortunate. He looked like he was struggling a little bit earlier on in this race. He didn't have the same pace as his teammates, so now he's really going to have to fight back.
He's in this battle now with Fionn McLaughlin and Kalle Rovanpera, high-tech teammates, battling on down towards the final corner. So he's dropped out in 14th position after that, after what's been an up-and-down weekend for Freddie, who had climbed to second in the championship after his performance earlier today. So he charged up the order and within 28 points of Ugachukwu. This is a massive points blow. And work just to get back into the top 10 now as we start the 10th of 23 laps in this Denny Hole Memorial Trophy race here at Taupo at the Giltrap Group Historic GP.
This is a good drive as well from Kalle Rovanpera as well. He's got some good pace. He's up to 13th at the moment. Obviously a little bit of a benefactor of Freddie Slater coming off track, but he's actually looking racy. He's sitting in behind a Red Bull Junior who's been more or less doing it his whole life, and to be able to be running where he is, Fionn McLaughlin sitting up in front of him there. So to be running with these guys, you've got to remember this is Kalle Rovanpera's first attempt at single-seater racing out of a completely different background, so that's certainly a solid effort by him.
Oh, it's not a wheel he's used to, and I can only imagine how different everything must feel in the car. I know you're still holding the steering wheel and applying pressure to the pedals, but it must feel so different having the grip and having people around you. Remember, he hasn't actually raced people on track, and rallying, you're racing the clock, so it's a lot different as we see a move here down the back straight.
Jin Nakamura around the outside of Yevon David into 12, gets it done. David tries to fight back. He's going to get pretty good drive out of the final corner, so I wonder if there's an opportunity down at 1. Nakamura immediately defends and covers his racing line, moves back across a little bit beyond the middle of the racetrack before turning into 1, but he's finally got that position done. So Jin Nakamura gets himself up to 6th position. This has been a good race for the high-tech duo, Kanato Lee and Jin Nakamura. After such a impressive debut, the opening round of the championship, this has been a good rebound after a pretty quiet sort of start to the weekend, really.
Yeah, it's certainly been a struggle for them to start off, but they've recovered nicely. The way they've been driving at the moment, just watching Yevon David's car there, just moving around a little bit underneath him. He's struggling a little bit with that car, and this seems to be a common theme with Yevon David as well. He starts out strong, but the race pace, whatever's going on, struggling a little bit to make it all happen in the race, or whether that's a setup sort of situation or burning the tyres off too quickly. Either way, he's got quite a wide line, quite an interesting line into turn 11 there as well.
Rivera up the inside of Tway at the turn 11, and they're going to go side by side down the back straight. Yevon David is the cork in the bottle once again. He spent most of his race 3 earlier this morning defending and looking into his mirrors. He does the same, move back across. There's still some room there. He was on the push to pass, trying to hold on to his position down into the chicane. He'll hold on to it for a little while, but he's under attack at the moment. And once again, Ernesto Rivera, youngest driver in the field, turned 17 in December last year, is looking really racy and trying to squeeze his way past the back half of the top 10.
Looked like he was about to do the classic dive bomb, fake right, and then dive in left, but thought better of it. And so it would have been a big move to throw up the inside there.
For those of you not with the benefit of vision in our commentary box, which is probably a good thing, my 2 racing car driver colleagues all just leant back from the TV a little bit when that was going on.
Yeah, but when you know from a driver's perspective of how that move can go, because Matt, you're more or less blinded to that situation, aren't you? When you fake right, you've got to commit back to the left. There's a lot of, I wouldn't say hope, it's calculated risk at the same time, isn't it?
You've got to make sure that when you're swinging back through that you're not going to clip your front wing or something on their rear tyres. So Yeah, I've done a few of them. You feel great when you pull it off, but also it's very, very sketchy at the same time, as we see Louis Sharp now applying quite a bit of pressure to Kanato Lee. So like I said at the beginning of this race, I think Ryan's done a really good job out in front of managing it. And now Kanato Lee, we've got a car off Slater.
And can he drive out, or will we go safety car? He's going to get this car out of the gravel trap, you know.
Second time he's been off down there. Yeah, it's just...
Oh! Big moment, Rivera. And I don't think that car is driving out, or is it? It's Zach Scola. After such a performance this morning, he is stuck. That's down at the final corner. It's all teed off now. Manson's in this mix. Theo McLaughlin's there as well, and Cuddy Baptista looking down the inside. On the recovery trail is James Wharton down in 15th place. What has gone on down there?
I feel like Scola could have more or less driven out of that. I wonder if there's another
I think
issue.
he's got damage on the right front. Yeah, look at that. Damage on the right front, so he's not driving away.
Sixth drone cam shows it close up, broken right front corner, and the GR Supra safety car will be called, and Ryan Wood will have to watch a 1.5 second lead, hard fought and well managed, disappear, and the race will be neutralised while this car is recovered.
Tell you what,
pick out of
that is good signs for Ugo Gachukwu, who started way down and now is running 5th, so he's going to be lining Jack Taylor up after this. I bet you he's already thinking about it.
Jack Taylor actually having a great race at the moment, isn't he? As we were looking at this replay of...
Oh, now the Red Bull car, the Red Bull Junior was off the road a little bit further up and around. So Slater further back, and then this down into the chicane. Oh.
Schooler got loose on the inside and just overcorrected into the side, and that's what damaged his steering. So it looks like he lost it through 12 there and ended up sort of having a tank slapper back into the Red Bull car.
So that was Rivera recovering at the top. It dropped him back into that battle pack, and that's sort of what led to that exchange a little bit further, about 800 metres further down the road, and has ultimately brought out the safety car. But yet to get to the bottom of what happened to Freddie Slater up there as well, because I'm not sure if it was in sympathy of Rivera going off, but it was a long way further down the road. So that's a strange one that we'll need to unpick for you as the race goes on. Regardless, the GR Supra safety car is leading the field, and Ryan Wood is the next car in the queue with Kanato Lee next. Louis Sharp, who's been a big winner in this race so far. One, he'd moved to second in the championship if things finish the way they are, currently 31 points behind Ugo Gachukwu. Two, he's not in 4th place, which is where he's finished in all 3 races so far this weekend. So he'll be very much hoping he's not P4 at the end of this one.
Yeah, and just back to Freddie Slater as well, you sort of sense there's a bit of frustration behind what's going on for him as well. He's obviously been off at turn 11 a little bit earlier as well, and that more or less can stem from when you have your teammate in Ugo Gachukwu start quite far behind you and pass you that early in the race. Naturally, as a driver, when you have anyone pass you, let alone your teammate, that's when frustration can creep in as well.
Oh, 100%. It's tough to see, and almost feels a little bit frustrating at the time where you feel like you should be faster, but you see someone driving away in the distance. So, yeah, strange to see what's unfolded with Slater there. It looked like he was actually turned around, so maybe there was contact at the beginning of turn 11, but, yeah, hopefully we can see that.
This is the view from the 6th drone cam, looking as the field comes down this long back straight. That's a cool shot.
I tell you what, this does change the race in terms of tyres, because they will now cool down under the safety car, and maybe you can just sense a little bit of a sprint finish, I guess, for the remainder of the laps. So the tyres will not be as hot as they were if you were running around constantly without a safety car, so they will cool down. They will not feel the best, but I think these boys won't have to worry too much about it.
We talked about the fact that Ryan Wood had that ability to manage his tyres extremely well, and he was doing that. The gap would ebb and flow. Kanato Lee would get within a second, then Wood would push again and set some good sector times, and then it would just manage from there. I wonder how much Supercars experience is paying off there, and that ability to look after your tyre and manage those margins.
Oh, I think it'd be huge for him. You know, when I remember getting in a supercar and having your first couple of races and just feeling the tyre go away, and knowing that we have obviously the same size tyre front and rear, it it teaches you so much about throttle control and just managing and feeling the feeling where the tyre starts going away. So it's something that's hard to learn. It's something you only learn practically, but I'm sure he'll be using it right now.
Hey, little shout out for our pole sitter, qualified on pole, first time he qualified in the top 10 all season. Through all of that going on, was still running 4th place and still is P4 at the moment. That's been really solid, and as the safety car was called, he had 2.5 seconds over Ugo Chukwu, so it's been a really solid performance, even if he's not running where he started the race.
Yeah, he's actually done a 23.8, which is a pretty competitive time considering he hasn't actually finished in the top 10 in a race so far in the championship. So yeah, really ripper job. Hopefully he can actually get a good safety car restart and hold position.
He's about to get some learnings racing with the championship leader, isn't he?
Yeah, well, it's all just a knock-on effect, isn't it? The more you race up the front, the faster rate of learning that you have. Rihanna?
Yeah, just had a quick chat to the team at M2 competition in regards to Freddie Slater. He's actually just come into the lane, changed that right rear tyre. I asked the question as to what he was maybe struggling with prior to that. They believe it was just the fact that he was on older tyres for this race, so just really couldn't find any grip out there on those older tyres.
Just thought we'd take you inside the Nerve Centre, which is actually right beside our commentary box. So this is Motorsport New Zealand race control. You could see the view outside the windows there a moment ago to the track and the monitors. And at the second tier of things, Geordie Peters from Motorsport New Zealand, Michael Massey, of course, who's here in a consultancy role as event director for the NextGen NZ Championship, Chris Pither in charge of driving standards, and standing in behind them, of course, in the GR racing attire is Nico Caol, very experienced Frenchman who's been a part of an important part of running this championship and Toyota's motorsport activities in this country for many, many years now. So very experienced operators, and I think it's Katrina Renshaw you can see to the side there too, who's a very well-known rally navigator and is also helping Motorsport New Zealand this weekend in a kind of secretarial capacity too.
Thanks, Rusty. Appreciate that. That's the view inside Motorsport New Zealand race control. That's where we work as well. Lap 16 of 23. One more lap behind safety car and we'll go back to green for a shootout towards the end of this race.
Yeah, the boys now will just be trying to get a little bit of tyre temp. Obviously know the safety car's pulling in now, so the teams will be running through the procedure when the green flag's going to be flown, and what you can do, weaving, following, and holding a steady pace. So let's follow the leader and be getting nice temperature in the tyres, see them weaving left to right, just trying to create a little bit of friction on the surface, and I'm sure they're using the brake as well.
So restart laps, what's your mindset when you come into this? So the safety car's driving away, you become the safety car, so you're Ryan Wood. What's your process? Is it any different to the start of the race, or is it a slightly different approach to deal with this?
I think he's just got to pick his spot and obviously make sure the green flag's been flown so he can go, and pick a spot where it's compromising for the guy behind, but obviously good for you. And the best form of defense is actually attacking, so I'm sure he's going to be trying to go out and set a really good lap time straight up and leave Louis Sharp to try and get after Kanato.
I think one of the important parts of that as well, you talk Richard Crail, process within all of this. The rules are different depending on what categories and what style of racing you do. So supercar rules can be different to what rules we have here. So you can just about guarantee Ryan's on the radio confirming the restart procedure. It seems like a silly thing to do, but you do not want to get it wrong. And the rule here is you've got to set the speed previously set by, you've got to maintain the speed previously set by the safety car. So that's how it's written. So it's a really, really important thing to do as the Super GR safety car pulls away. And now this is up to Ryan to control the speed previously set by that safety car.
19 cars, 18 now, minus Zach Schooler, all lockstep, line astern, ready to go. There'll be 7 laps remaining at the end of this. Can Ryan Wood get his second win? Can Kanato Lee break through for his first win of the season? He's been a contender all year long, all season long so far. What about Louis Sharp? He's in the mix. Jack Taylor, the rookie, 4th in queue, and then the championship leader, Ugo Chukwu. Well, you can't rule him out based on what he's achieved so far. Ryan Wood goes. Perfectly judged restart for him. Taylor feels like he needs to defend from the championship leader down into turn 1. Jin Nakamura is in there as well. that second silver high-tech car. Yevon David still 7th and inside the top 10. Away we go, and a nice restart for Ryan Wood.
Yeah, that was really calculated on the exit of the last corner, and actually had probably 2 car length gap exiting there. So he's judged that perfectly as we see a little battle involving Robera.
It's all about timing that right, isn't it? That restart, just as you're starting to open the wheel from the apex there to get on the throttle. And because what happens there is, as you're starting to come off the steering, you're able to get on that throttle nice and hard. The driver behind is still trying to rotate the car, so they physically can't get on the gas at the same point. So it's the best time, but it's the most predictable time that the car in front's going to do it. So it's a bit of a judgment call, but Ryan getting that absolutely perfect.
Just word through that there may be an investigation in race control next door. You just had a little sneak peek into the Brains Trust here at Taupo that cars 50, Jack Taylor, and 21, Yevon David, may be under some investigation for weaving when the safety car lights went out, which is one of those rules that doesn't necessarily apply everywhere in the world. So it's one of those little 1%ers you need to make sure you're switched on. There's been some big names in GT racing caught out about that at the Bathurst 12 hours. Ugo Chukwu has a big moment coming out of the final corner. Fired the car at the back of car 50, Jack Taylor, who has a big moment at turn 1. And it might cost him a position here. Ugo Chukwu's got good run out of the corner. They're going to go side by side. Taylor can stand his ground. He'll still stand his ground on the inside. They still go wheel to wheel, but Ugo Chukwu is going to go past. He's sliding around on the curb on the outside. This is terrific racing. Nakamura is going to buy into this as well. Ugo Chukwu is off the road, and he's going to lose a spot out of that.
Man, I tell you what, that was absolutely awesome from Jack Taylor, standing his ground against the championship leader. That's exactly what he needed to do, and now Ugo's actually lost the spot to Nakamura.
Respectful racing by both drivers there. Side by side, it's very, very hard to do that all the way through that section of corners as Ugo Chukwu sensed the opportunity on the exit of the last corner. And they were side by side for a long time, but Jack Taylor doing a great job. Obviously, he's driving in the mirrors as he's on the throttle on the exit. He's used the push to pass on the exit there, and he's got to be careful using that now. It's all well and good, but now the next lap, he needs to make sure he's got a clean exit out of there, because the 2 drivers behind again will know that Jack Taylor is unable to use it.
That was exactly what he needed to do. He stood his ground. Could have been so easy for him to just say, okay, it's Ugo Chukwu, I'll let him pass, but absolutely awesome job. It's what he needed to do. Now Ugo knows, wow, it's actually going to be a bit harder to get past this guy now.
Side by side through turn 2 all the way through to turn 6, really. So safety car lights are out. There's Jack Taylor weaving, and look behind that bright yellow nose. The bright livery is great for us to visualise, but it's not great if you're weaving when the safety car lights are out, because race control will spot you. That seems like a reasonably cut or dry process for those 2, so there may well be a penalty applied to both Jack Taylor, who's 4th, and Yevon David, who is 7th at the moment.
Yeah, so there'll be a bit of chat on the radios as well for Jin Nakamura and Ugo Chukwu as well, that Jack Taylor has a penalty hanging over him around that, so they just can be that little bit more cautious. Even though there's still 4 laps to go, there's a lot of racing to be had, but at the same time, he is going to drop down the order, but the engineers, that's all part of their job, is relaying this sort of information, making sure that, you know, keep the pass clean, keep it safe, because you've got a bit going on up in front of you. As we see Nakamura there, he's on the push to pass. Rusty.
I've tracked down Zach Schooler. You've had a little moment to kind of cool off and gather your thoughts. What's your take on the incident?
I mean, I think the footage is pretty clear. Just wasn't left enough room at the apex and bottom out over the curb. So a bit unfortunate that I ruined mine and not the other drivers, but it's racing, I guess.
Thanks for talking.
Thank you.
Rusty with Zach Schooler. It's all teeing off here. Jin Nakamura had an enormous moment in the final corner. He's going to drop 1 spot, maybe 2, as Yevon David goes around the outside. Ugo Chukwu has gone through. So he had a big run at Jack Taylor. It was impossible to overtake in this race at the moment, by the way. And ultimately, it's cost him a spot, and Ugo Chukwu is going to go back to P5 in this one. And there was some sharp intake of breaths while that was all going on, while we were hearing from a pretty frustrated and disappointed Zach Schooler down in pit lane.
Yeah, it looks like Zach was pretty disappointed with the amount of room he got left. I think getting bottomed out over the curb obviously kicked the car sideways, and that's what led to the contact. So pretty unfortunate for him.
Taylor still doing a fantastic job. He's got Ugo Chukwu in behind him again.
This is that moment. So Nakamura got a great run out of 11. Might have been some push to pass involved. Very nearly dropped it on the outside of 13. And then that was all the invite that Ugo needed to get back up the inside. And meanwhile, it's still going on. More wheel to wheel, just outside the top 10.
He was so close to getting it stopped on the cleaner line there, but as soon as he ended up out in the marbles, which is all the rubber pickup, all the tyres, over time, all those marbles start building up, and it makes it very, very slippery on the outside of the track.
I tell you what, Ernesto Rivera is looking to side up that lap, that turn one move. So we see a replay here with Wharton on the inside getting really loose over the curb. Then that's what actually caught the lock up, almost similar to what Zach Schooler was talking about with that curb. So unsettling the rear and then obviously creating an imbalance and then locking the brakes. So unfortunate for him.
Through all of this, just on the right-hand side of the shot, it's the pink and chrome car of Sebastian Manson. He's up to 11th place, started 19th. He has passed more cars this weekend than anybody. It's not an official stat, but I'd go out on a limb and say it's probably accurate. He has been very racy, even if results haven't gone his way. And a couple of penalties earlier today were quite costly for a former winner in CT Front last season. That's the leading trio. It's still Wood, Lee and Sharp, but there's a battle on behind. Taylor has got Ugo Chukwu behind. It's for 4th place, weaving left and right in the toe, in the slipstream up to 230 k's an hour at the big braking point for the final chicane, and the championship leader sails past, but with a brake lock-up. Opportunity presents for Taylor. Can he get the over-under? You can bet that Ugo's going to drive the car right down the white line on the pit straight, and they'll go side by side down towards turn 1. We proved a lap ago you can go side by side through here. There was some terrific racing. Taylor's still got a nose up the inside, does he? Ugo Chukwu holds on and wrestles 4th place away. A valiant defence from the youngster who started on pole position. But there's no stopping the championship leader in his march forward from outside the top 10.
Tell you what, that just proves how difficult it actually is to pass into turn 12 and 13. The complex there, we've almost seen every pass there has created a lock-up, and it's you're running wide into the last corner. It's difficult to get back. So, yeah, great pass by Ugo Chukwu, who's now got some clear road in front of him to settle into now.
Part of that would be to do with the push to pass as well. That little bit extra power. As a driver, you don't naturally feel like you're going that much faster. You know your braking mark. You try and brake there, but those extra couple of kilometres an hour make a difference. As Nakamura also nearly gets the move done. We have a look at the push to pass. Both not using the push pass, maybe. Taylor able to use it. He's pulled a massive gap there, so I'd say, yeah, Taylor on the push to pass.
Manson was looking down the inside of Nolan Alla for 10th position to get himself in the top 10, and they're going to go side by side. Alla gets some curb and slides around. Manson's still up the inside there. They'll battle down towards turn 1. 1 lap to go. Ryan Wood has managed this one to perfection out in front. A little bit of damage to the front of Ricardo Baptista's car as well. The shock cover, basically the bonnet on the front of these cars, has just peeled off on one side, so that'll be creating a little bit of aero imbalance for him, but he's climbed his way up to 13th position. 1.2 seconds the margin for Ryan Wood. Kanato Lee looking for a 4th podium finish of the season. Yet to crack it for a race win, but a great rebound for him. And Louis Sharp looking to score another podium finish, having already been a winner this season in the opening race of the championship. This has been masterful, though, from Ryan Wood.
Yeah, he's been really good, just managing the gap and managing his tyres throughout this race, even with that safety car restart, taking the gap away that he had, but he's on the push to pass, so he's probably trying to set a bit of a hot lap here on the final lap, but yeah, awesome race. Good to see him do a really good job.
He came into the weekend outside the 10 in the championship. Provisionally, he will be in the top 5 heading to round 3 after an incredible weekend. The Denny Holm Trophy is going to go to Ryan Woods. Taupo is all Ryan's. He's taken 2 of the 4 wins this weekend, and that is arguably the most impressive of the lot. Kanato Lee in 2nd, Louis Sharp in 3rd. Ugo Chukwu, what a drive from 11th position on the grid. A lot of work done on lap 1, yes, but since then, some great overtakes, and he's raced his way up to 4th place, the championship leader, with Jin Nakamura rounding out the top 5.
Richard Harris looking pretty stoked there. Ryan Wood's engineer, obviously running him in supercars as well. So the duo getting it done over here in Taupo today.
They talked about the fact, Andrew, that they struggled at Hampton Downs. They missed the window a couple of times. They've certainly learnt from that this weekend. Imperious performance in the feature race. And Ryan Wood, a winner for the 2nd time this year. Kanato Lee 2nd, 4th podium finish for him. Louis Sharp on the podium for the 2nd time this season. Ugachukwu 4th and Jin Nakamura the 5. Fighting drive from Jack Taylor. That's going to give him massive confidence moving forward. And Yevon David once again inside the top 8, having spent his entire race involved in a battle somewhere. Seb Manson dropped 2 spots at the end of that. He just crept his way into the top 10, but was battling with Nolan Ella, and Kalle Rovanperä passed him on the final lap. Highlights, the Denny Hole Memorial Trophy race as we reach the halfway point of Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. Awesome start, Ryan Wood. A little bit further back, it was really busy. This was a moment for Louis Sharp. It was an important pass, actually, to get past the pole sitter, Jack Taylor. He did that. It was a little bit of wheel-to-wheel action, and ultimately he got it done. Andrew, this was the point where Ugo started to make some key moves, and that was one on Freddie Slater.
Yeah, he certainly started coming through the field as Slater there struggling, the car going off at turn 11 there. Obviously not on as good a tyres as some of his other competitors using them earlier in the weekend.
Yevon David fighting on. This was Slater up the road and much able to drive out of the turn 11 gravel trap. It set off a sequence of events because Ernesto Rivera was involved in that as well. And then a little bit further down the road, Zach Schooler contact, he was off. The GR Supra safety car was called for a couple of laps. Ryan Wood led the field back to green. And there was some awesome racing after that. Jack Taylor stood his ground against Ugachukwu, who had to go the long way round, and it took him a little bit more than that to get the pass done, because for a moment, Jin Nakamura also got by. This was big for Wharton, who dropped back down the order to 16th at the end. Some wheel-to-wheel racing, and this was Ugachukwu at the end, working his way up into the top 4. Started 11th. Championship potentially defining drive for the man who came into the weekend with a massive championship lead and saw it withered down after race number 3. Out in front, though, there was no stopping Ryan Wood, his 2nd win in 4 races. And he is thrilled about that in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. We saw the sarcastic applause at Hampton Downs after he was taken out of the feature. 1 week later, he is on top of the world.
I tell you what, that's classic Ryan Wood. Getting out of the car, double fist pump, yelling, screaming. He loves it. Good on him.
And he's going to go and celebrate with the MTech team, who are well on top of the winners list in CT Frot this season. Our boy Ronan Murphy down there. He'll need to report for duties soon. It's a great moment. What a performance that was. And he's found his way to Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. Appropriate, because they've been a long-time partner of young Ryan and supporting his career. The 22-year-old is on top again in CT Frot. It's time to hear from our race winner in the Denny Hole Memorial Trophy race.
What a special moment for the local lad here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane, just getting the very well-deserved congratulations from the team, from family, friends and supporters. Ryan Wood, what a weekend you've had on debut in single-seaters and 2 victories. Just tell me how special this one is for you.
Oh, it honestly means the world. When I was little, I won the Denny Holm certificate at national schools, and I still have it. We were looking at it the other week, and to win that today is really special. So, yeah, really humbled to be in this position, and can't thank the guys and girls at MTech enough. All my sponsors. It's just fantastic to win with so many of people that have played such an influential part on my career here. So, really cool to share it with Louis. You know, he's driving his butt side off, and really cool to see him up there today as well. So, we're going to enjoy this one, but full focus is on Teretonga and Highlands, and yeah, feel like we're building.
I can hear the deep breaths that you're taking. You had to fight for it out there, but just tell me about the emotions you're feeling right now, this particular trophy that you're about to receive, what it means to yourself and your family.
Yeah, it means everything, especially, you know, being a Kiwi, and yeah, I just never thought that would happen in my first time in you know, first series in a single-seater. So really enjoying it. Thanks, everyone, for such a warm welcome. Really great to be racing at home. And that race then was pretty tough. So Kanato and Louis kept me honest, and yeah, really kudos to them. So yeah, we've still got a little bit of work to do, but yeah, really happy nonetheless.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. Ryan Wood, what a weekend you've had, taking out second place for the final race of the weekend from High Tech. Congratulations, Kanato Lee, your 4th time on the podium in this championship. Your consistency in this championship is absolutely showing.
Yeah, I think the last 3 races of this weekend was not the best, but I think yeah, it's really nice to be back on the podium again and score some points. So yeah, I think it's really good.
We're now coming to the halfway point of this series. You're well and truly in this fight. Is that something that you're thinking about every race?
Yeah, obviously the main goal is to try and win every race, but I think main thing is obviously rack up the points for the championship, and I think that's what I need to be the most consistent, and I think so far I've been doing pretty decent.
Congratulations, you certainly have. Enjoy the celebrations on the podium. And rounding out 3rd spot for N-Tech Motorsport, local boy again, Louis Sharp. Welcome back to Allied Health Petroleum Victory Lane. Hard-fought work out there for you boys.
Yeah, definitely hard fought. No, I think it's been overall probably a difficult weekend for me, pace side of things. But you know, we just kept chipping away at it every race, every time we were out in the car, and by the end of the weekend, we were there in terms of the speed. But I just wanted to say a massive congratulations to Ryan. He's driven unreal this weekend. So definitely a bit of work I need to do on my end to catch up to him. But no, really happy for the team. A 1-3 and in this race, and it was also a 1-3 in the previous race for MTech. So I want to say a massive thank you to the crew. And yeah, I mean, overall, as I said, I think we maximised the most we could this weekend, but I need to unlock a bit of speed in the car for Teretonga.
Congratulations. Enjoy the podium at Louis Sharp.
Time now for the feature race podium here at the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy in Taupo, and a very special one, as you just heard from Ryan there a moment ago. It is the Denny Holm Memorial Trophy. The trophies and cheques to be delivered by Denny's sister, the lovely Anita Holm. Thank you for being here today. And the wreath to be presented by the Vice President of Toyota Australia in Andrew Davis. 3rd place today. Those opening laps helped him get there too. From New Zealand and MTech, Louis Sharp! In 2nd place today, and he keeps making a good habit of this too. Nice work from Japan and High Tech, Kanato Lee! We'll now get set to present the winner's trophy, the wreath, and of course the very special Denny Holm Memorial Trophy. This one means a lot to this proud Kiwi. From MTech, give it up, make some noise, raise the roof for Ryan Wood! All right, a moment to capture drivers. Just one thing remains. I think there's some good stuff at your feet there to commence some celebrations at the end of a great week here in Taupo. Well played. Put your hands together, everybody.
Fun moments down there. Ryan Wood battling a bit with his champagne bottle as he douses his engineer, Richard Harris, in the bubbly after a ripping drive. Wow, this builds some momentum, doesn't it, as we head south now to Teretonga and then the 70th Napa New Zealand Grand Prix. That's the championship standing. So Ryan Wood, what a weekend. He was outside the top 10. He's now in the top 5. It is really closed up. 9 points from 2nd to 5th. And that recovery effort from Ugo Chukwu means his championship lead remains very strong as we head south in Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania. From the latest open wheelers in the country to some of the most classic ones, the historic GP is next, and Formula Atlantic is a great look back in time. Earlier in the weekend, Andrew Waite compared new to old.
Will this be a great opportunity to show you the difference between a modern New Zealand Grand Prix car versus an older New Zealand Grand Prix car? To my right, this is a Formula Atlantic car. This was built in 1988. Over to my left, this Formula Regional car, this is a current car that is running in our championship at the moment. And the first thing you notice is the difference in size between the two cars. The Formula Regional car is a massive car compared to the Atlantic car here. They have similar sort of horsepower, similar sort of weight, but the way they produce their lap times is completely different. As you can see with the Atlantic car here, the way the floor comes up and behind me here, that's where all the aero is produced through the floor, which sucks it to the ground. And then the Formula Regional car here, it's all about the wing, the front wing. Those are where they really produce the lap time through those wings there. And the way you drive them is completely different. The operating window of the Formula Regional car is bigger. It's a lot more compliant. As with the Atlantic car, that window is a lot smaller. It's like dancing on a razor blade just to get the lap time out of it. The other thing to note as well is inside the cockpits here, the Formula Regional car, there's a lot going on in here. You've got a lot of buttons. You're using data, you're using an engineer to figure everything out to be able to go faster. In the Atlantic car, it's just purely you, a steering wheel and some pedals. There's no data. It's purely back to driver feedback. So it's great to see the difference in the two cars, 40 years between them. It's going to be good to see them for the rest of the weekend out on track.
Beautifully done by Andrew Wade, explaining the differences old versus new in these incredible Atlantic cars, getting ready for the feature race of the weekend, which is the Giltrap Group Taupo Historic GP. Speaking of GPs, in 2 weeks' time from right now, we are going to be in one of the most beautiful places in the world for one of its most iconic races in New Zealand. Coming up soon is the Napa 70th New Zealand Grand Prix, and we've been taking a look back in time, the heritage of this incredible race.
The 1970s brought about change to the Tasman series, with Formula 5000 the vehicle of choice.
Well, the Formula 5000 changed in the 1970s, meaning the smaller cars were getting lost because of the speed difference. And I didn't break into buying a 5000 until a bit later because they were unreliable to start with, and I was more happy to run a 2-litre car, which was semi-competitive on a lot of tracks.
Pukekohe was the home for the Grand Prix for all of the 70s, except for 1974 when it was held at Wigram Airfield and won by Aussie favourite John McCormick.
John McCormick was an Aussie, and he is clear proof that if you keep trying and keep trying, then success can follow. In 1972 he came here for the first time with an Elfin powered by a Repco Holden engine, wasn't competitive, qualified down the back of the grid, and that was really the case throughout the whole Tasman series in 1972. And then he came back in 1973 and won the New Zealand Grand Prix and was competitive through the entire series. So he went really from the back of the grid to the front of the grid, and then backed it up the following year by winning the New Zealand Grand Prix that was run that year at Wigram to link up with the Commonwealth Games that were being held in Christchurch in 1974.
There was tragedy in 1972, however, with the death of Brian Falloon.
The racing driver Graham Lawrence is still in a serious condition after yesterday's fatal crash at the New Zealand Grand Prix at Pukekohe. Lawrence underwent surgery late last night for a broken arm, a broken leg, and suspected head injuries. The car and the driver Brian Falloon died on the way to hospital following the accident near the end of the late race.
It was another decade filled with overseas star power, highlighted by two-time winner Keke Rosberg.
The 1970s was really a decade of two halves. The first half being for the Formula 5000 cars. In 1970, the Tasman series was changed so that the Formula 5000 monsters that had their origins in North America and then spread to the UK and then to Australasia. And then in 1976-77, the category was changed to the Formula Pacific cars. Much smaller, much more nimble, and really with a different type of driver coming to race those. With the Formula Pacific cars, we were seeing stars of the future like Keke Rosberg, whereas with the Formula 5000s, they were generally drivers who had been around the block, who had proven themselves not only to be very good racing drivers, but to have the wherewithal, and by that I mean the physical wherewithal, to actually handle 500 plus horsepower of a Formula 5000. And that really required more than just skill. There was a lot of bravery involved as well. Graham McRae was the top New Zealand driver, Frank Maddich was the top Australian driver, and just as Moss, Brabham and McLaren were the headline act in the late 50s, early 60s, so the Maddich-McRae battle became the headline act in the 1970s. They didn't like each other, and that just added to the intrigue as to who would come out on top.
King Kenny won his first New Zealand Grand Prix in this decade, taking out the 1976 title.
The first New Zealand Grand Prix win for me was something special. It was like somebody dropping $1 million at your feet in those days. Especially to win it in the Formula 5000 car was fantastic, and we never looked back after that. The top competitors in that race then was guys like Max Stewart, Kevin Bartlett from Australia, John McCormick from Australia, there was Graham Lawrence, and the field was, everybody was pretty equal and even in those days in those cars, so it was nice to get a win out of it.
Celebrating some really important history on the road over the next few weeks, and there are some beautiful historic machines behind us, which we'll tell you more about. We're kind of announcing a brand new program here. This is Maddie in the middle, our Bathurst winner joining us this weekend. Firstly, congratulations. What you've been doing in commentary is superb. I'm not pumping your tyres, genuinely. The insights around CC Frop, well done, mate. Excellent.
Yeah, it's actually been really enjoyable being here. I didn't think I was going to be on the commentary team, but I asked politely, and they let me on, free reign. So it's been cool to commentate all four races this weekend, and dip my hand in. I feel like I did all right, but yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Matty, this place must place a special place in your heart. You've raced here in these series, you won a race here in Supercars. We come back here again this year for Supercars. What does this place mean to you?
Oh, it's a huge amount for me to come here, and for it to be the first race I did at home for Supercars in 2024, and especially last year with the memories, obviously winning 2 races and winning the JR Trophy as well. That was a massive achievement for myself, and probably the best weekend I had in Supercars to that date. So coming back to this place brings a lot of good memories. It holds a special place in my heart, especially even the town in Taupo is pretty cool. So looking forward to getting back here this year.
You might be at the forefront of kind of modern motor racing, but we soak up a bit of history here, and you got some mates in the field too, don't you?
Exactly right, Caleb, right here. He won it last year, so hopefully he can get the job done.
Congratulations on winning Bathurst. I would imagine, mate, that has changed your world in some respects too.
Yeah, it's been a pretty cool last 6 months, obviously getting that done, yes, albeit with the race it was pretty cool to be a part of that and even be at the front battling with those guys, and just have it ending the way it did was super cool, and doing it with Garth as well was very special for him to get that win, and then obviously retire as he's done was pretty cool. So yeah, it's been a great time, even finishing the year out strong with the Adelaide 500, and now just enjoying the time over Christmas and the New Year, enjoying it here at Taupo Motorsport Park.
Good on you. Wonderful to have you here with us, and a great reason if you're perhaps across the ditch and thinking about coming for some Supercars action, come to New Zealand and enjoy it. Let's go to Ree.
Rusty, we've had a late driver change for this final race of the weekend. Greg Murphy out, Will Davison in. This is a bit of a late start for you, Will, but I mean, exciting times ahead for you.
Oh yeah, nothing like, this is a first for me, jumping in race 3. Haven't driven open wheelers in 20 years. I've done about 6 laps in this beautiful little RT40. So honestly, just going to enjoy every moment on track. It's a beautiful little car. So thanks Murph, thanks for the knee pads. And just thanks to the NextGen Championship having me here. Thanks for my wife, Brianna. It's been a great weekend. I'm looking forward to some fun now.
We also have another exciting announcement that you'll be racing at Highlands in a TA2. That's just breaking news for us, so that's pretty cool as well.
Oh, that is unreal. I'm so excited to get back to Highlands. Never been there before. Never driven a TA2 car. So there's a lot of firsts and I'm experiencing, and they do things well here in New Zealand. It's as an Aussie being here, they do things very well. So well done to all the event, yeah, pumped for Highlands.
Hey, Will, enjoy this.
Yeah, I'm actually a bit nervous. Cheers.
Good luck.
We know that he will enjoy it, and we're thrilled that the Giltrap group have continued their support of this great event, and that is because Hamish Miller is head of motorsport for the company. That deep passion remains and has done for 60 years, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's part of our DNA, Rusty. It's a pleasure to be here. Great weekend of motorsport. Huge tip of the hat to Tony, to Josie, to all of the NextGen team. Just great to see all the fans out here and enjoying motorsport.
We will need to clear the grid shortly, but well done firstly from all of us. Seeing Black Beauty here back to its best with Johnny driving at that amazing story that encapsulated it. Wow, well done.
Yeah, thank you. Really special. I mean, Taupo's a bit of a spiritual home for us. 2 A1GP events here, so to bring the black car back out and see the reaction from the fans, unreal.
Thanks to you and all of the team for the support. Enjoy the historic GP.
Thanks, Rusty. Thank you.
Greg Russ down there with Hamish from the Giltrap group. He and I watched the Black Beauty laps earlier this weekend, and he had a tear in his eye. That group has put so much into motorsport, as we know, over the journey, and part of that has been bringing Black Beauty back to life, and the demonstration laps this weekend have been outstanding. Rusty's making his way back upstairs to call this one for you. Andrew Waite will remain in the commentary box. I've loved this battle between old and almost new in the Atlantic races this weekend. So Caleb Nartoa in the Atlantic car, Toby McCormack in a car with a bit of history, Marcus Armstrong's old Toyota Racing Series FT50, and they've been very evenly matched. The competition's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been great to watch the two cars, and the FT50 a little bit quicker in a straight line, and the car of Caleb's there. The Formula Atlantic, that one's got a bit more room around the straight, shall we say, around the corners, should I say. It's a bit better through the corners. So it's going to be interesting to see the way it matches up here with the two of them. So very, very interesting and exciting race ahead for us to see the way that this is going to unfold. Caleb Nartoa, he won this last year, so can he go back-to-back and win it again this year? But Toby McCormack, he's a very talented young driver coming through the ranks, and he's starting out of the pole position for this one. On the inside, but the outside is actually the pole position here at Highlands, at Taupo.
It's been an amazing weekend here, hasn't it? And what a way, Andrew, to wrap this up. 12 months ago, Caleb Nartoa in that car, very special car in the history of New Zealand motorsport, did it. But we have some Formula racing machines in the field too. It's going to be a battle, this one. Looking forward to seeing what Will Davison can do. 2 formation laps and a rolling start. Will did a couple of laps on Friday, and he's got some battle scars too. He didn't wear, Murph's been wearing when he's driving that 51, as you all do in open wheelers, and right up to Formula 1, some knee guards and so on. So Will's sporting on his right leg, bit of a bruise, and he's got a mark on his right hand from the gear shifting too, hasn't he?
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do about that one, as these cars are quite hard to shift gears. You've got to be super, super accurate on those gear changes and really positive and push it through super hard, as I've got what we call a dog box. No synchronization, a synchro as we call them, to go through the gears. You just got to clunk it through, and the more forceful you are with that, the better and easier it goes into gear. So with that does come a few bruises and a few blisters and all those sort of good things. I remember from the FT50 days, I used to finish a race, and because I've got the sequential cars, the the FT40 is sequential, FT50 is the first of the paddle shifts. So over the evolution of the years, it all changes, and obviously Caleb Nartoa in the Formula Atlantic, that's also an H-pattern style gearbox.
So a little shot there a moment ago of the 81, Dylan Fay. That car has come across from Australia. He hails from the Sunshine Coast. That car will stay on the South Island, or in New Zealand, I should say, and venture to the South Island, because the next stop for these competitors, and we're really thrilled about it too, Andrew, is an addition to the offering at the 70th running of the Napa New Zealand Grand Prix, and that is the Tim Miles Memorial Trophy, set up to recognise and remember a great mate for many of us here, a very proud South Islander. He was a podium finisher in this class, you may recall, 12 months ago in that amazing ex-Jos Verstappen Swift. And Tim very sadly passed away in July last year. There was a massive turnout for his funeral service in Sydney, and fondly remembered, and he would be chuffed knowing that there's a race named after him, and that will be a part of the offering at Highlands at the end of the month.
Yeah, for sure. And if he was here, we know for a fact he would have been here this weekend with bells on as part of this race. It's certainly a sad loss to the motorsport community.
So you can follow, of course, Formula Racing on social media. They've been doing lots of things across the weekend to tell the stories that have been happening throughout the paddock. There's been lots of rebuilds happening in the field, not just with the newer generation cars that Andrew talked about before, but even in some of the Formula Atlantics. Kenny Smith has been hands-on, not just with his own car, but the legend's been helping a couple of other people as well. So we take a look at the grid for you, and fundamentally, we need a little adjustment on that. So Will Davison, in fact, as you saw there before with Rihanna off the second row of the grid, we know that Caleb Nartoa is on the front row. And Toby McCormack, the 18-year-old who hails from Auckland and was he's still very young, but he began his motorsport journey, as we said yesterday, through off-road competition and then made the switch to the likes of Formula First and Formula Ford. He has done a superb job so far here. And another one to watch, Hayden Baccaris in the 20. No running in Friday practice, straight into Saturday qualifying after some fuel system issues with that car. And he too was on the tools with some of the repair work going on, and he cut one of the fingers on his left hand, which was looking like needing stitches when I dropped in and saw them yesterday. And he was setting fastest laps, trading fastest laps with Toby McCormack in our earlier race today before we came on air. So those two going at it will be worth watching. So cool to see Will Davison winding back the clock after 20 years in supercars. If you follow the sport, you'll know he's off to Grove this year as an endurance driver, and he's got some cool things. He's just enjoying life now and ticking off some bucket list things. This came up out of the blue, the chance to drive that 93 Volt, and he jumped at it. Murph said, come on, we'll share it. I'll do a bit, you do a bit, and enjoy, driving a car without a roof once again. And you can, if you go back through his CV and some of the things that he did, from testing a Minardi Formula One car along with his good mate in Will Power, successfully racing in Formula 3 and more in the UK, back when Lewis Hamilton and others were among it. He's got his family have a deep history in single-seater racing, and it's really nice to see him having a go once again. 6th drone cam at the end of this weekend. What a weekend it's been at Taupo. And we're going to finish it with a little celebration of history. Caleb Nartoa, eager for PJ, for Pete Johnston and the crew that own this car to try and do it. And we're underway in racing. Rolling start. McCormack dives deep under brakes and will take the lead, albeit briefly. Nartoa comes back. They're side by side, the pair of them. Old v new.
McCormack there just a little bit late into turn one and round the outside. Caleb Nartoa into the lead of the race. He knew he needed to get that done early, as he found it so hard earlier on in the weekend to pass Toby McCormack in that FT50. A great move by him, sweeps into the lead. And Oliver Centra with a fantastic start as well. They were 3 wide down into turn one. Oliver Centra obviously on the very outside there. Kenny Smith, he's had a few issues with that car over the weekend. Did hear a little bit of a misfire in the background, so fingers crossed that's not that car still playing out.
Gee, they were really working feverishly on it yesterday, weren't they? They had all sorts of things off that car, and I think it was more heat soak related, but they couldn't figure out what was causing it, and it would seem to go for about 4 laps. So, and he's ultra passionate about this class. Been chatting to lots of fans that have come here to Taupo today as well, and so cool that at his age he is still, look at him, he's picked up a couple of spots here from the rear of the grid, I think, has he? And down they come into the final couple of corners. Davison, I think, just enjoying the drive. He lost a spot there, but he talked this morning about just enjoying the drive. I wonder at what point in these 15 laps that will change. Maybe right about now. To competitive driver Will Davison. Here we go. James Corbin is battling with there in the 7.
Yeah, back up the inside once again. And Will actually hasn't done a lot of laps in this car all weekend. I think he's driven it once all weekend so far up to this point. So for him to get in there and have a bit of fun, he's only going to get quicker each lap. We watched him practice it on Friday as well. Every lap that he did, he just got faster and faster. So once he gets to grips with this car again, I wouldn't be surprised if we see him slowly start putting a bit of pressure on the cars in front.
He looks comfortable, doesn't he? So, well done to Gary Orford and all of the team who are here with Kiwi Motorsport. Last year, Murph shared the car with Roberto Moreno, and we should say a big g'day to Roberto, who's been watching on in the United States. Sent me a little message at Hampton Downs. He really enjoyed his time racing here in New Zealand. And last year, in addition to having a little steer again, it was like the Roberto of old in IndyCar and even in his time in Formula One. And he's been watching on in the States. So too, incidentally, Mark Webber been watching on, who manages Oscar Piastri these days and winner of the Monaco GP on 2 occasions and more during his time in Formula One, significantly with Red Bull and more. So it's nice to have some of those people all watching on. And there are some great names that have come through this class as well when you look back over time internationally. Jos Verstappen, we mentioned before, Jacques Lafitte, Keke Rosberg, and more.
Nice to see Kenny Smith go around for another lap as well. Was this lap yesterday where he did pull into the pits with those heat soak issues? So it's great to see that car still going. Kenny's still doing a fantastic job behind the wheel there, fighting away with the FT40 of Campbell Owens, the original TRS cars as we know it is. We have a replay of the race start. Cinch on the outside got a brilliant start. He was side by side with Caleb Natoa, and then Caleb just tucking back to the inside as Toby McCormack just pinched a brake on the way into the corner and ran a touch wide. But then Caleb committing to the outside move, got it done, took the race lead, and from there has not looked back. Look at that lead that he has already.
So this is, with the amalgamation of the classes, Formula Racing and Formula Atlantic here, some are wondering, well, what will happen or what will determine if someone goes off at the very top end of the circuit? Now, how did that happen for Campbell Owens? Lost the front wing, has it? It's gone underneath the... But what's triggered that? Just to conclude that point too, it is first past the post in this race. So if Caleb Natoa continues, and a safety car could bunch the field up here, depending upon what they do next door in Motorsport New Zealand Race Control.
So that's Jack Gromwell that's gone off there straight ahead. So some sort of... The front wing is hard to see, but it looks like it's nearly gone underneath the car. So we've seen that earlier, yeah. So that's gone up underneath. So that's quite he's lucky to get away that lightly, to be completely honest. When you get that front wing up under the car like that, you lose all your steering and all your braking capacity. So, bit of a scary moment for him.
That's happened on its own, has it? Unless maybe there's been earlier contact and it's finally come away, has it?
Yeah, either way, it's at that point there, obviously, it's well and truly off the car. But yeah, that can be very, very scary. Was Race Control reporting safety car has been deployed, so this will close the field back up again.
That's a blow for Natoa, who was 5.2 seconds up the road ahead of Toby McCormack. So safety car is out. Oliver Sench holds down an excellent third place. He'll be kind of looking in the mirrors too. This will be good for Hayden Baccaris potentially. So
I was about to say he'll be tired. He's had a pretty big weekend as Oliver Sench doing double duties this weekend. He's done the HRV racing, HVRA racing as well, a bit of historic racing, plus also in the Atlanta car as well. Two beautiful cars that he's had the pleasure of driving this weekend. But put it this way, Jack Cromwell there is super lucky that it wasn't any worse than that. As I said the point before, once that front wing gets under the front of the car's obviously lifted off the ground a little bit, and most of the braking efficiency when you hit the brakes comes from the front tyres. So when the car's partly lifted up, you just have nowhere near as much braking control. That's where it can go very, very wrong. So as much as it's a shame to see him out of the race, the silver lining is it could have been far worse.
Class Formula Atlantic, the older generation cars in the field. Its origins, Andrew, kind of go back really to the mid-1960s. I think formerly known as Formula B back then, but most of us fondly remember it 70s, 80s, and early 90s, really. And, you know, 1600cc power plants, either Toyota or famously BDA engines, the sound from those cars, and they would, you know, I guess in essence, you know, take a Formula 3 or Formula 2 style chassis, put those power plants in them. You know, Lotus twin cams, things like that. Craig Baird, Greg Murphy, Steve Millen and more have come through in this part of the world, and you loved it. You embraced Formula Atlantic here, didn't you?
Yeah, it's hard to not embrace it. It's certainly been the springboard for a lot of people, and for a while there, you know, it's been accredited as one of the most important championships in your career to be able to come and race those sort of cars. So and one of the later ones is obviously the car that Will Davison's in at the moment. It's one of the last Formula Atlantics, shall we say, before it all switched up from there. And fantastic to see Kenny Smith still out there on track at the moment. That car's obviously, he's got some great guys working on that car, and they've obviously got that hopefully all sorted so we can see out the full Giltrap Group historic Grand Prix.
Some of the names that have taken part over the years and driven in that car that that Caleb's racing. I mean, you think back immediately, don't you, to you know, to 89, Dean Hall, 91 with Craig Baird. I think there were different power plants between the two eras there, be it Ford, you know, BDA, and then the switch to the 4A GE motor. Kenny's in the 1990 car. That colour scheme, so iconic as it is in Caleb's car as well. And that car that has been threatening to kind of try and take the lead here in this one, but it's been so good all weekend. Toby McCormack in the FT50. That is the ex-Marcus Armstrong car, as you know.
Yeah, he's certainly had some great results in that car as Marcus Armstrong, and it takes you back to the time of
original sponsorship on it from the day too, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly takes you back to the time of Marcus Armstrong and Liam Lawson, who's obviously gone on to do some amazing things now racing in Formula One. Those guys were going toe-to-toe in a lot of great races, and are both now professional drivers in some of the biggest categories in the world. So again, just the you know, the Toyota support with New Zealand Motorsport and what they've done over the years, and obviously formerly named at the time the TRS Championship, as they were involved in, now the Castrol Toyota Formula Regional Oceania Trophy. And there's been a lot of drivers come through this championship and gone on to Formula One, and even last year with obviously Arvid Bland as well. He's going to be pairing up with Liam Lawson this year, so sort of full circle with that one, and great to see this championship doing great things, and obviously showcasing these older versions of these cars as well here for the Stock Grand Prix.
Need to sort of clarify what's happened to Brian Hartley too. Did not start this race, so Brendan is here again today. His son, who's been a star, four-time winner of the title in the World Endurance Championship, driven for the big marks in Porsche and Toyota, three-time winner at Le Mans. And I found him yesterday sitting in Brian's car very briefly, which was great. But Brian's been pushing along in that car. Great history in New Zealand Motorsport for the Hartley name and family, but obviously something going wrong with his car ahead of this race. Hopefully we'll get back underway very shortly. Just a reminder to Ascot Park Hotel, Teretonga International, the next stop on the tour for the Repco NextGen NZ Championship. Classic heritage venue there in Invercargill. It's hosted the greats over the years. Huge lineup on the schedule from CC Frott, Bridgestone GR86, Somerset GT New Zealand, TA2, Napa New Zealand Formula Ford Championship, powered by Ford, and the NextGen Tyre Mazda Racing Super Series 2. For more details, to get your tickets, we want to see you there. NextGen NZ, all one word, .co.nz, or our official social media platforms.
And this car that we've just had on screen, the number 81, that is driven by Dylan Fahey. That's certainly got a rich history as well. It's a 1981 car that was used in the British Formula Atlantic Championship, and it's been raced in the Macau Grand Prix quite a bit as well, shipped over to run in the Macau Grand Prix. So it's had a lot of history, been around the world, and you know, speaking of the Macau Grand Prix, we've got drivers that have been competing in the Macau Grand Prix, and Freddie Slater and Ugo Gochuku as well. So nice little tie-in with that as well. So yeah, it's just nice to see these cars out there.
And the different chassis representation too, you know, the marks. You talked about March there, you know, we've tip the hat to, in the newer generation cars, certainly from a Formula racing perspective, Tartus with their, you know, when you look at the more recent line of cars, they began building them back in 1980, and they now, I think, supply something like 26 championships globally, everywhere. Here in New Zealand, obviously, with what you see in CT Frot, the cars that are represented here, of course, don't have the halo, they don't have the newer generation look, but they've got some great history around competition in this country. There are Rolts in the field too, founded by the late, great Ron Turanak, who worked alongside Sir Jack Brabham for so long. Ron and his brother, from memory, actually began building some special chassis and race cars back in the kind of 1950s, maybe 1950 itself. And then Ron really, you know what he did in Formula One and working with Sir Jack Brabham and so on, and he accelerated the whole Rolt offering, if you like, particularly in '74 with the RT1. And Roberto Moreno, who we were talking about before, drove an RT4 to wins in the Australian Grand Prix before it became a Formula One round there in the 1980s. And they used to get some cool people that came to that event from F1 each season. Alan Jones came and played, Nelson Piquet, and many more. Yeah, it's just another version of the rich history that goes back and entrenched in motorsport in New Zealand. And Caleb Nato is still sitting there in the lead at the moment. The safety car about to do another lap, the Toyota Supra GR safety car, and the car that Caleb Nato is behind the wheel of as well. That's won the New Zealand Grand Prix a couple of times. First in 1989, Dean Hall won the New Zealand Grand Prix in that car, and then Craig Baird, 3 years after, in 1991, won it as well in that car. So it's got a lot of history, that car. Number one on the side of it for very, very good reason. Iconic. And Craig Baird, who does a wonderful job these days in Motorsport Australia Race Control, but he's a board member of Motorsport New Zealand, was with us last week in Hamilton. So g'day Beardo, it was great to have you trackside. And you know, he went on to do some things with all sorts of big supercars teams in Australia, from the Stone Brothers and more, raced in the British Touring Car Championship for a time. But what he did in single-seaters, most people in New Zealand, not just his Porsche success, as I've been reminded by Richard Crail, but what he did in single-seaters was remarkable. Very, very good driver back in the day. We're hearing safety car back in this lap. We've been under safety car for a little while here now. What goes on, be it the older gen, the Formula Atlantic cars, or the newer Formula racing machines, when we've got this long and everything kind of cools off and is not at the ideal number, pressure, temperature?
Yeah, same as a modern race car, to be honest. You still want to build that brake temperature up, build that tyre temperature up, and that brake temperature obviously builds the heat up through the carcass of the tyre, through the rim. So you're probably being just a little bit more gentle with it, with these sort of cars, not cooking the brakes too much, as the airflow through them is maybe not the same as a modern car. So you just quietly got that in mind as well, as you'd rather take a extra half a lap to build everything up to temperature than cook it too early and not get it back. So it's certainly a long time on a safety car for these drivers and cars. So plenty of time for the drivers to cool off, but not so good with the tyres cooling off.
Lights are out. Supra GR safety car accelerates away. Now, Toa did all that good work to build nearly a 5-second advantage before. McCormack will be energised with this. We're effectively at half race distance unless we go time certain. And that car with that rich New Zealand history from the late 80s, early 90s will control the field. From the car that Marcus Armstrong raced in more recent history. Toa bolts as we restart this one, and it looks like Baccaris has taken Sench there. Coming along for the right and having a little look, Will Davison. So Davison, I think, has gone up to 4th there. Good job. So Natoa from Toby McCormack. Already it's nearly a second, so Caleb's done a really good job to control that and launch away.
Yeah, it's a great restart by Caleb there. Toby McCormack just napping just a little bit. Oh, contact between Zach Baccaris and Oliver Sench there, as well as Brianna looks on. Nervous, fair enough. Gets it going. Nice work. We've wondered for a moment if that
Sand trap there, obviously, where he was on the grass, but just wondered what impact that might have on the race. So back we go. Race control, have a little look at that and just see what happens in relation to that incident. So Will's eyeing up third place here, is he now? So on the back of Hayden Baccaris' number 20. Had a fuel system issue, I think, with this car yesterday, didn't they? So, and then Murph this morning, there wasn't the available wet weather tyres that he needed, so it was a drying track, but he went out on slicks, pretty impressive. And here's the great Kenny Smith.
So good to see that car still going for him. And competitive as ever, isn't he? He's pushing on in that car, and just an iconic car with that livery with the BP on the rear wing. It's certainly floods back some memories of seeing that car race, and he's doing a fantastic job behind the wheel. So let's have a little look at what happened here. So it's James Corbin in behind. Yeah, pretty late dive there, and he just got off the curb and bounced into Oliver Cinch. Unfortunately for Oliver, he was left enough room. It was a bit of a bystander on that one, so maybe just a little bit ambitious there for James Corbin.
Apologies too. So that's Corbin that they might be looking into at race control rather than Baccaris, as I perhaps suggested there a moment ago. Meantime, the net result is still that Baccaris and Davison are going at this for third place as they run up toward the top turn here. So Cinch has come into pit lane. Thanks to Matt Payne for pointing that out. He's not only enjoyed commentating up here, but he's come back in for more and has spotted that on the timing monitor. So here's Will in the draft. New v slightly older. It's the 93 Ralt. And they go into the final couple of corners. Good story from Baccaris. Ronan Murphy reminded me this morning that in more recent time he's been at the wheel of GR86s.
Race controller agreeing as well that move from James Corbin was just a little bit too ambitious, so he's now on a drive-through penalty. He's been given that, that's been issued by race control. So we'll see him come in and serve that very, very soon, as that obviously affected Oliver Cinch. Oliver's done a lot of racing this weekend, and not a nice way for him to finish.
Had some good chats with Will between Friday and Saturday here, as he's been, very much in family mode. He's super proud of what, Rihanna does with our coverage, obviously. He's having a little bit of a look here. Oh, front wheel alongside rear wheels, just gets out of it. But we reminisced about Formula Ford, for example, and battling the likes of, even Jamie Whincup back in their karting days. So, and the family tree, the Davison family tree around Grand Prix and single-seater racing is hugely impressive, and just reminded me of some of the aspects of that. His dad, no doubt, will be watching on. He is still as competitive, his dad, today as a racer, and he's loved debriefing, I think, via phone and messages with Will about what the car's like to drive and was he up to speed quickly with it and so on.
Yes, he's still working over the back of Hayden Baccaris. He's obviously getting more and more comfortable in that car. As I was saying earlier, he hasn't done a lot of laps. So he's certainly pushing on as James Corbin makes his way into the lane. He'll cruise on down. He's looking pretty animated about that one. I think he's unfortunately got that penalty for the way race control do deem that as well. Just go a bit deeper into it, as there's got to be some sort of overlap at the point of braking, and the point of braking there, there was no overlap, so that's where race control would have been pulling that from.
Richard's watching on at home, we understand. So big g'day, and it's fantastic to have you as a part of the coverage. And of course, Lex Davison famously, among other things in his storied career, drove in the Tasman Series. So that's just a little of what is a massive story. I think Richard went to Goodwood in relatively recent time too, and was very much embraced by the organisers over there, knowing the family's connections to racing beyond our shores.
Will Davison working over the back of Hayden Baccaris there. Had a little look up the inside. It looks like Will's got the initial jump out of the corner, sort of gets alongside, and then it's nearly like the car of his just runs out of puff more or less towards the end of the straight. Maybe it's got, with that lot of downforce that car's got, so the faster it's getting, the more it starts getting slower compared to the FT50.
So you can see from the totem on the left there that we've gone time certain, courtesy of race control as well. The view from the 6th drone cam. Oh, wow. So Baccaris fights, and with good reason, because we've got less than a lap to go, and he's fighting for 3rd place. Remember, for this one, forget weekend performances, forget your tally. It is first past the post. So Natoa trying to win the historic GP, and he's got 3.5 seconds in the pocket over Toby McCormack, but Baccaris holds down 3rd, but it's a fighting and energised Will Davison, who may try and snatch the final spot on the podium. Listen to that thing on the downshift. Beautiful. Caleb Natoa, who hails from Martin, about 170 Ks directly south of here. He's raced on the other side of the ditch in S5000, raced in what we now know as CT Front as well. And he's going to take this out for the 2nd year in succession. PJ will be thrilled, the GVI Kiwi crew, and he grabs it. Congratulations, Caleb Natoa. Toby McCormack should be safely home in 2nd. There you go, in the ex-Marcus Armstrong car. Who will get 3rd? All eyes are on the back straight. There we go, final corner. Baccaris holds on in the end. Doesn't matter that Will didn't make the podium. He will have absolutely enjoyed that.
That's the most important part. Would have loved that. Would have been great to see him on the podium, but Hayden Baccaris did a fantastic job there as well, coming home in 3rd place. So certainly pretty hard when you're in that position as well, being stuck behind, well, having to hold someone off like that is super, super difficult. So made it last and got that 3rd place. Toby McCormack having a pretty lonely race in 2nd place there. Didn't quite have enough to answer anything for Caleb Natoa. Even looking at the fastest lap times between the two of them, it's about 1.3 seconds. So quite a difference.
We recap the results for you of a very important one on the schedule this weekend, brought to you by the good people from Giltrap Group. Caleb Natoa does it in that very special car from Toby McCormack. Hayden Baccaris will complete the podium. Those pair of FT50s just edging out Will Davison in a tenacious drive, one that kind of took him back to 20+ years ago. So good to see him enjoying that. Kenny Smith, we haven't made enough noise about that. While we've been focusing on that battle, Kenny got to 5th place. How good? That's almost as good as a win. We should be celebrating that, shouldn't we?
Yeah, that is very, very cool to see Kenny Smith. King Kenny, as he was referred to earlier in the broadcast, and that is a great job by him.
Highlights time for you of the historic GP, brought to you by the Giltrap Group. Toby McCormack launched away from the rolling start. Caleb Natoa, watch him place the car superbly there. The pair of them would go side by side. Natoa had lost out to McCormack earlier in the weekend, but Andrew Waite, he was determined to win this one. It's a special one.
Yeah, it certainly is a special one. The fact he won it last year as well, wanted to back it up and knew how important that start was to get ahead. Did exactly that, and there were dramas earlier in the race for Drac Gromwald as well, with that front wing going underneath the car. See some sort of damage that caused that, but Caleb Natoa right from the restart as well. Caught Toby McCormack napping at the restart. A good 4 or 5 car lengths before he even made it into turn 1.
It went on after the restart too. This one caught the attention of race control. The 7 got a little bit loose initially for James Corbin, and then in the following corner made contact with the 93 of Oliver Ascension. He would ultimately get a drive-through penalty. Up in front, Natoa re-established the lead as Hayden Baccaris was fighting his car, and he was fighting to hold on to the podium because Will Davison wanted the final spot. Natoa takes it out from McCormack and Hayden Baccaris. Barry Tomlinson there in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. He'd had a good talk with Caleb before the race start on the grid there. What will this young man do with his career? He's still only in his early 20s. I'd love to see him you know, either on either side of the ditch or maybe even in the United States behind the wheel of a good race car, again, on a regular basis. I think Rihanna's standing by. Let's take you down there now.
For the final time into the Allied Petroleum victory lane for the Formula Atlantic and Formula Racing race, the historic GP here. Caleb Natoa for the second year running. Congratulations. What a special moment for you.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a huge ups to the team. You know, PJ, Barry, Ron, Jandals, my dad. The car's spectacular to drive, and I just enjoy every single lap of it. Good track here at Taupo, and good supporters, you know, Wade Group and everybody like that here supporting me. So I'm just here enjoying it.
This is not just a race win. You take home the Repco Trophy, a trophy that's been awarded since 1953 to the first Australasian home for the New Zealand Grand Prix. I mean, what a special trophy that you now have.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Again, it's cool for me, but it's also cool for the boys. You know, they get to take it home for a few days and enjoy it, and I'm sure Jandals have a little drink out of it, but yeah, it's cool.
Enjoy the celebrations on the podium, Caleb. Congratulations once again. And coming home in second place, Toby McCormack. What a weekend you have had on the podium here in Allied Petroleum Victory Lane. You had to race for that one.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it was definitely a hard race with Caleb up front. I chased them all the way and just didn't quite have it for him, but yeah, it was a good race overall.
I know you have a huge amount of support from family and friends here this weekend. No doubt you want to say something about them.
Yeah, big thanks to Stuart Lush for trusting me with the car again this weekend, and Dad and all my family for all the work that they do behind the scenes and just making it to every race. It's an amazing support group that I've got behind me, and I'm very grateful to have them.
Lovely words. Congratulations once again to Toby McCormack. And rounding out the podium for the final race here this weekend, a Hayden Baccaris. What a fight you had on your hands there with Will Davison, but you got the job done.
Oh, the whole time I was thinking it was Greg Murphy, so Will's even better. Yeah, it was a really good race. Struggled a bit with the pace throughout the race, and then Will being up behind me for those last 5 laps, yeah, really made it difficult, but happy to come home with a third with the car we had.
It's been a tricky weekend for you. I see the finger that's had a bit of a drama with it earlier in the weekend, so it's been tough for you to get this one done.
Yeah, most definitely. I had been an up and down weekend for sure, but you know, happy to end out the weekend with a third.
Congratulations once again to Hayden Baccaris. Enjoy those celebrations on the podium, guys.
Thanks, Ree. It's time for the podium for the Taupo Historic Grand Prix, and we thank this weekend the Tony Quinn Foundation for their support of this incredible race. Please congratulate in third place, ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Baccaris. In second place, Toby McCormack. And I'd like now to invite 1991 New Zealand Touring Car Champion Brett Riley, who started in 31 races and won 25 of them, very good strike rate, to present not just the Repco Trophy, but also the Winner's Reef to your back-to-back historic GP winner, Caleb Natoa. The Repco Trophy, awarded since 1953 for the first Australasian home in the New Zealand Grand Prix, and it's now the trophy for the Taupo Historic GP. Congratulations to Caleb Natoa. We now pause for the New Zealand National Anthem. Drivers, there's only one thing left to do. The champagne is all yours.
Surrounded by so much history here as we wrap up the historic GP. I think I spotted Mark Sheehan, Jandals as they affectionately call him, over my shoulder there before, who's worked on some great Kiwi race cars over time, watching on as the podium played out to none other than Brett Riley. So very, very cool moment. Ree, what a weekend we've enjoyed here. Second weekend straight. We're about to hit the road and go to the South Island. I know you're looking forward to that too.
I am looking forward to it. Not been to the South Island, so cannot wait to get there. But halfway through the season now, Rusty, and we've had a weekend where Ryan Wood has really stamped his authority on the CT Frot Championship, and a couple of race wins for him, a pole position, and he's really put himself in the mix.
So a quick snapshot for you, a quick look ahead to the Ascot Park Hotel, Teretonga International. You can find out more by going to the NextGen NZ website, nextgennz.co.nz, and the lineup of support activities is absolutely A-list there, and then we will continue on the following week to Highlands, right at the end of the month, beginning of February, for the 70th running of the Napa New Zealand Grand Prix. Have you spoken to Will? Was he happy with that? He nearly got a podium.
I was more nervous for that than any other race that he's ever done, but I'm sure he would have enjoyed himself, and it was quite funny to hear, there he is behind us having a debrief with Hayden Backer. It's quite funny to hear Hayden say, I thought it was Greg Murphy behind me.
Fantastic. We hope you've enjoyed our coverage here. A big thanks to all of our team working behind the scenes, and especially the hard-working marshals all around the venue here. We'll catch you in a week's time on the South Island. Bye for now.